The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, which was founded on August 8, 1967, currently has 10 member states, including Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Brunei, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, and Cambodia. ASEAN has a total land area of more than 4 million square kilometers, a total sea area of over 13 million square kilometers, as well as a total population of around 650 million, which accounts for 8.8% of the world's population. After 53 years of establishment and development, ASEAN is currently the 5th most dynamic economy in the world, with a total GDP of more than $3 trillion, contributing 10% to global growth. ASEAN's economic growth rate reaches 5.4%, which is higher than the world average. The total value of trade in services is above $778.6 billion, ranking 4th in the world. The total serviced export turnover is $404.9 billion. The total import turnover is $373.8 billion. ASEAN is the 3rd largest recipient of FDI in the world, attracting $154.7 billion in inflows in 2018, with an average growth rate of 4.4%. As regards to tourism, ASEAN is also an attractive tourist destination, with a total of 135.3 million tourists in 2019. Given the context in which Asia-Pacific continues to be the engine of the global economy, ASEAN, with its development, is playing an increasingly important role in promoting stability and development of the world in general and the region in particular, as well as establishing itself as a significant economic partner of most countries and economic blocs around the world. The ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, ASEAN Biz, is a premier annual forum in Southeast Asia, held within the framework of the ASEAN Summit, with the participation of ASEAN leaders and heads of ASEAN dialogue partners, policymakers, policy advisors, and leading enterprises in the region. This is a special forum where ASEAN leaders and partner countries jointly discuss the private sector about the future of the region. After 10 years, Vietnam is honored to host the ASEAN Biz once again. With this year's theme, Digital ASEAN, Sustainable and Inclusive, the conference will discuss the importance of the 4th Industrial Revolution in stimulating growth, trade and investment against the backdrop of the shock of the COVID-19 pandemic and the many challenges facing the region, as well as finding ways to promote sustainable and inclusive growth in the digital age. The summit's program has 4 sub-themes, including ASEAN's economic outlook, the future of ESG investing in ASEAN, technology and the future of work in ASEAN, sustainable development and inclusive growth. The COVID-19 pandemic has comprehensively and extensively affected every nation in the world, and it still continues to develop in a complicated manner. The global economy is in deep recession, and ASEAN is no exception. As reported by the Asian Development Bank, ADB, Southeast Asia's GDP growth is estimated to decline from 4.4% in 2019 to 1% in 2020. Before rebounding to 4.7% in 2021. The COVID-19 pandemic has seriously influenced all socio-economic sectors, disrupted supply chains and trade flows, delayed production, business and service activities, directly impacted import, export, aviation, tourism, accommodation, catering, health, education, labor and the employment sectors. Many businesses have gone bankrupt, dissolved, halted their operations, or downsized their scale. This situation requires ASEAN countries to focus on the prevention of and combat against the pandemic, and to simultaneously implement short-term and long-term policies and measures in order to minimize the impact of the pandemic, as well as overcome difficulties and challenges and seize every possible opportunity to recover as soon as possible and boost production, business, and socio-economic development. As the ASEAN 2020 chair, Vietnam has made every effort to promote solidarity, maintain the momentum for cooperation, and build a developed ASEAN community, as well as enhance ASEAN's ability to effectively cooperate and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic in the cohesive and responsive spirit. Vietnam's priorities and initiatives, such as the midterm evaluation of the implementation of the Master Plan on the ASEAN Connectivity 2025, the review of the implementation of the ASEAN Charter, discussions on orientations for building the ASEAN Community Vision after 2025, and linking sub-regional development to building ASEAN Community, are supported and jointly executed by members and partner countries in accordance with the proposed plan. The image of an active, proactive and responsible ASEAN 2020 chair in the spirit of Think Community, Act Community has spread to every citizen in the region, contributing to the implementation of all three pillars of the ASEAN Community Vision 2025. The promotion of extensive economic integration and comprehensive connectivity within ASEAN, as well as with partners, including infrastructure connections with remote...
Ladies and gentlemen,
nhân 3, vị tuyệt hảo.
Chỉ những bông lúa mạch mạnh mẽ nhất, phong dưỡng vươn qua mùa đông khắc nghiệt, nở bùng vào mùa xuân, mới đem tới một hương vị bia hảo hạng, xứng đáng với huy chương vàng rạng danh thế giới. Bia Sài Gòn Special, huy chương vàng cho lúa mạch mùa xuân.
The Peak, cơ hội cuối cùng sở hữu tuyệt phẩm Midtown. Tầm nhìn toàn cảnh Sakura Park và dòng sông cảnh quan thiên nhiên. Kiệt tác kiến trúc được kiến tạo từ Phú Mỹ Hưng và những tập đoàn phát triển bất động sản hàng đầu Nhật Bản. Daiwa House, Nomura Real Estate, Sumitomo Forestry. Một phong cách sống đẳng cấp đặc quyền, một khu phức hợp 3 chức năng với thế giới tiện ích ngay ngưỡng cửa và dịch vụ quản lý chuyên nghiệp dành riêng cho những chủ nhân tôn quý. Phú Mỹ Hưng Midtown, thiên đường cuộc sống.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as the organizer of today's event, we kindly ask you to quickly find your seat. Well, to begin, please turn off or silence your electronic devices to ensure the quality of the summit. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Prime Minister Nguyen Xuan Phuc, we ask you to please rise to welcome His Excellency Nguyen Xuan Phuc, Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Chair of Asean 2020, and the delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. I'm Zeung Tran and I'm very lucky and honored to be here to accompany the event today. The ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, or ASEAN BIZ as it is shortly known, is an initiative by the ASEAN Business Advisory Council to create a forum for discussion on regional economic future between regional business communities and governments in ASEAN member states. With the theme Digital ASEAN, Sustainable and Inclusive, ASEAN BIZ 2020, chaired by Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, VCCI, will focus on the impact of technological revolution to the regional economic future, from basic issues such as employment, technology application, to broader issues including investment trends to ensure environmental, social responsibility and good governance, measures to fight recession and combat the pandemic to reach a sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Please, first of all, allow me to first invite His Excellency Mr. Nguyen Xuan Phuc, Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Chair of ASEAN, and Dr. Vũ Tiến Lộc, Chairman and President of the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chairman of ABIZ 2020, onto the stage to chair the event. As part of our program, we are honored to also hear keynote speeches and messages from leaders of ASEAN member states, including His Excellency Joko Widodo, President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand, as well as leaders of ASEAN dialogue partners, including His Excellency Scott Morrison, Prime Minister of Australia, His Excellency Li Keqiang, Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council. Our summit is also honored to have leaders of international organizations such as OECD, UNDP, World Bank, ministers, as well as high-level government officials from ASEAN member states and its dialogue partners, representatives from diplomatic corps in Vietnam, business associations, both domestic and international, representatives of press and media, and more than 2,500 CEOs from ASEAN and beyond, participating both in person and in this auditorium or online through the summit website. We would like to extend our warmest welcome and welcome you to the ASEAN Business Investment Summit today. To begin with the program, we would now have the honor to welcome onto the podium Dr. Vũ Tiến Lộc, Chairman and President of Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chairman of ABIZ 2020, to deliver the opening remarks.
Prime Minister of Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Nguyen Xuan Phuc, Chair of 2020 ASEAN, Head of State of ASEAN country and ASEAN dialogue partner countries, Head of organizations, entrepreneur, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, I wish to express that our sincere thought and prayer with the many family and business community in ASEAN who are being seriously affected by COVID-19 pandemic, violent storm, floods, and landslides. In the Philippines and in central Vietnam, at the very moment, thousands of people are mobilizing to fight again at another terrible storm, Typhoon Vamcor. ASEAN and the global economy are at an historic turning point. The COVID-19 pandemic is one of the several events that make this a time of global reckoning. COVID-19, climate change, trade dispute, digital transformation, and the fourth industrial revolution and global integration have presented humankind with unprecedented opportunity and difficulty challenges, opportunity for change, and challenges for sustainable development. Can there be a silver lining in these stormy times? The COVID-19 pandemic continues to wreak havoc, and in many parts of the world, the number of people infected and dying are increasing rapidly. Most countries are falling into economic depression. The global health economic crisis requires trans-border solutions. Government, people, and business community must come together, leading to a double dilemma: how to manage the worsening public health threat and at the same time stimulate economic growth. Never before in recent history has partnership between public and private sector become as a matter of necessity. If we are to overcome these challenges, and as never before in recent history, has there been a better opportunity to listen to contribute to, and learn from leaders and the whole community contemplate in the impact and opportunity before us. The theme of this ASEAN Business Investment Summit is the Digital ASEAN, Sustainable and Inclusive. We will discuss global investment in the environment, social development, and governance in the ASEAN economy. We will share and reaffirm our commitment to promote digital platforms to stimulate sustainable economic and inclusive social growth in this extremely challenging time. In addition to social protection response to the COVID-19, we propose that government focus their economic support packages on micro, small, and medium enterprises, youth-led and women-owned businesses, and startups. There is group of entrepreneurs suffer the most, and as they generate hundreds of millions of jobs for ASEAN citizens. They are the beacon of hope for our digital economy and the sustainable and inclusive growth model. Support measures must be immediately executed in the service sector of aviation, tourism and hospitality. This sector experienced temporary difficulty, but promised a quick recovery in the post-pandemic period. It is our hope that global and regional integration continue to intensify in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that ASEAN can be heart of integration in the regional economy. Early this year, the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry (VCCI) and ASEAN Business Advisory Council agreed to establish the ASEAN Entrepreneurship Network. This is one of concrete example to promote ASEAN startup community. We hope the network receive our enthusiastic support from both ASEAN countries and the dialogue partner countries. Another example is the opening of ASEAN high-tech logistics supply at the Vĩnh Phúc Island Clearance Depot Logistics Center, which we will observe tomorrow. Prime Minister Nguyễn Xuân Phúc, you are here with us this morning for ASEAN Beach opening session. And this is a show of support and inspiration for our ASEAN business community who are encouragingly sailing through the stormy seas to control COVID-19 and to restore the economy of our region. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you for everyone for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vu Tiến Lộc. And now it is our honor to invite His Excellency Prime Minister Nguyễn Xuân Phúc to deliver the keynote speech.
Thưa các nhà lãnh đạo ASEAN,
Leaders of ASEAN and dialogue partners countries, distinguished guests, leaders of businesses, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and the people of Vietnam, I would like to express our warmest welcome to the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2020. Organized by the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, VCCI, and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council in coordination with the related organizations. Your participation of the leaders of ASEAN and dialogue partner countries and the numerous entrepreneurs in the region have demonstrated the spirit of cooperation of the governments of the countries and the private sector joining hands to build a prosperously developed ASEAN region. As you are aware, the current COVID-19 pandemic has posed unprecedented challenges to the people worldwide, as well as the economies of nations and territories, reducing the economy, hindering the world trade, disrupting the supply chains, hindering the movement of the people, and making various enterprises to cease their operations. ASEAN is not the exception to the negative impacts. In addition, I feel very sorry to say that some ASEAN member states over the past time have been continuously suffering from the harsh natural disasters with the strong typhoons, floods and landslides, causing lots of havocs, devastating to the human lives, loss of lives and construction, severely impacting enterprises in ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, even in that storm and thunder, there is a silver lining. The spirit of resilience and cooperation of ASEAN, in the spirit of being cohesive and responsive, both combating the COVID-19 effectively and recovering and developing the economy with the overall targets of ensuring the health and the life of the people, and also facilitating serving the enterprises so that they can bring into full play their role of proactiveness and creativity in economic recovery and development. I'm confident that the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2020 this year will be the bridge spanning the leaders, policy makers with international organizations and leading enterprises in the region. Our summit today will be the place to discuss sharing experiences and the best practices or lessons to usher in opportunities for cooperation towards sustainable and inclusive development. Ladies and gentlemen, after more than 50 years, 5 decades of development, ASEAN has become a dynamic and creative business economic community with more than 630 million people and the total GDP of $3.1 trillion, or equal to the 5th largest world economy. That achievement is attributed to the contribution of the business communities from the regional big enterprises to the MSMEs, the young entrepreneurs, the startups, and women's enterprises. With the outstanding contribution of the leading ASEAN businesses taking part in our summit today, together with the effective cooperative mechanisms like the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and EABC, East Asia Business Council, the regional enterprises have been closely cooperating to provide important recommendations which are practical with new ideas which are creative to the leaders ASEAN and aspiratory to make ASEAN a bright spot of growth, extending the linkage ASEAN with East Asian nation, responding, adapting to the new context, working side by side to overcome the challenges and difficulties. Vietnam, in the position of the chair ASEAN 2020, has had various initiatives with ASEAN and developed partners to control COVID-19 pandemic, carry out the overall recovery plan, facilitating the travel of experts, managers, investors to ensure the operations of the supply chain and the chains of distribution not to be disrupted, recovering the manufacturing, creating jobs and income for the employees and workers, assisting difficult companies. The IMF focused in October this year that Vietnam will have the positive growth from 2 to 3% this year. Vietnam has been making effort to be the destination of various regional and global businessmen and enterprises for joint cooperation, joint success. Vietnam will facilitate all economic sectors and enterprises to develop in a favorable environment protected by the law, especially the levels of the government. You often listen to and remove the difficulties to all forms of enterprises, together with the success in the coping the pandemic, stable socio-economic conditions and the stable macroeconomic conditions, especially the steady major balances. So in 2021, the major financial institutions say that Vietnam will have a high growth. Vietnam is also committed to cooperate with ASEAN member states and partner countries of ASEAN to continue to have the practical support programs to enterprises in the region, especially in the digital transformation, environmental, social and governance, technology and future work, in the sustainable and inclusive growth and development, with the common targets of putting the people, the citizens and the enterprises to be the center of development and seizing opportunities for the movement of the supply chains and global investment flux into ASEAN, with Vietnam having signed many FTA like CPTPP, AVFTA and we will soon RCEP. With such an enabling environment, we hope that the countries to continue investing in Vietnam, in ASEAN, including Vietnam. I wish the ASEAN Business and Investment Business Summit 2020 a great success. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your opening remarks. We also thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend and speak at our summit today. Ladies and gentlemen, due to our tight schedule, the Prime Minister will now take his leave to continue on to his next engagement. Please all rise and give the Prime Minister a round of applause for taking his time to join our summit today. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. We invite you to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please allow me now to begin our very first session, the first panel of our summit, ASEAN Economic Outlook. ASEAN has faced with unprecedented impacts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, natural disasters, as well as global recession and eco-political instabilities. Technological Revolution 4.0 and its breakthrough will create many opportunities for businesses to break through difficulties. Where will ASEAN be, and what are the opportunities for the businesses? All will be answered in this very first panel. To start with, it is my honor to introduce the speakers of this panel. Firstly, we invite His Excellency Mr. Angel Gurria, Secretary General of OECD. Dr. Aladdin Rio, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Economic Community. Mr. Hassan Zaman, Regional Director, East Asia and Pacific for the Equitable Growth, Finance and Institutions, Vice Presidency of the World Bank. Professor Hidetoshi Nishimura, President of the Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia, also known short as ERIA. Mr. Robert E. Moritz, Chairman of PricewaterhouseCoopers International Limited. They will all be joining us via online conferencing. Now, in person today, I would also like to invite and welcome Madam Nguyễn Thị Nga, Chairwoman of BRG Group, member of ASEAN BOC Vietnam, to come to the stage to join our panel from Hanoi. We welcome you. We are honored to have today with us His Excellency Li Keqiang, Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. I would like to invite onto the stage Dr. Vu Dien Lup, President of Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Chair of ABIS 2020. His Excellency Xuong Bo, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Vietnam. I very much apologize for the confusion. This panel discussion will be led by Ms. Lin Chui Ling, Executive Producer of Channel News Asia. Ms. Lin is an award-winning journalist, executive producer, and reputable anchor who has interviewed world leaders on important topics of finance, economic, and business. Ms. Lin, the floor is yours. We welcome you.
Thank you very much. And I'm most honored and pleased to be here. Good morning to all of you in Hanoi and to all the guests who have been so wonderful as to join us for this panel session. ASEAN has been called possibly one of the most successful regional blocs of our modern time. And there may be actually something in this. If we look at global growth last year, before the pandemic, the ASEAN 10 countries contributed an impressive 10% of that global growth. And it is even more significant when you remember that that is just as much as the 19 Eurozone countries' contribution. So ASEAN's economic outlook is vitally important. And how we handle the pandemic, how we create jobs, make sure that our children can still go to school, will not just have an impact on those of us who live in ASEAN, where this is an issue very close to our hearts. How ASEAN handles the pandemic will actually have a world impact on the world's economic outlook. So with that, I'm very pleased to start the round of opening remarks from my excellent panelists. I'm going to start, though, first by a video call-in, or rather a video presentation from OECD's Secretary General. Would the technical team be so kind as to play that video?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my pleasure to address the 2020 ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, Digital ASEAN. Let me start by thanking the ASEAN community for more than 2 decades of fruitful cooperation with the OECD. We are facing the most dramatic recession since the Second World War. The OECD forecasts global GDP to contract by 4.5% in 2020. Our latest interim economic outlook for Southeast Asia, China, and India, launched today, confirms the intense pressure that ASEAN economies, businesses, and workers are under. We forecast a contraction of 4.3% for ASEAN in 2020. The OECD is working closely with ASEAN to weather this crisis. We convened a series of webinars on priority areas, including resilient infrastructure, global supply chains, protectionism, SME support, skills. We're advancing key projects, including on clean energy and sustainable infrastructure. We're also intensifying our efforts to foster regional integration and domestic reform through our South Asia Regional Program, the Southeast Asia Regional Program, the so-called SEARP. And our COVID-19 hub already contains about 160 policy briefs. And I say already because it's adding practically every day. And these policy briefs support policymakers in ASEAN and across the globe to tackle the complex and interconnected challenges related to the pandemic. Now, let me briefly highlight 5 priority areas of our work that are key to achieving a strong, resilient, green, and inclusive recovery. They are critical as we usher into a decade of ambitious action to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, by 2030. First, supporting small businesses, which are among those hardest hit by COVID-19. The OECD ASEAN report called Alternative financing instruments for ASEAN SMEs, explores policy options to develop alternative financing instruments from leasing, private equity, blockchain-based financing. Other OECD reports to help small businesses are forthcoming. Second, supporting the design and implementation of stronger investment policies. Investment flows to emerging Asia could fall by up to 45% in 2020. The OECD has worked to support ASEAN countries to improve their investment climate for over a decade. OECD's investment policy reviews for Thailand, for Myanmar, for Indonesia have been adapted to reflect the COVID-19 context and provide important food for thought. For example, the removal of FDI restrictions could increase the post-reform stock of FDI, of foreign direct investment, by up to 80 to 85% in Thailand and Indonesia. That means it could almost double it. Third, helping companies manage business risks. Two ongoing OECD programs on responsible business conduct and on business integrity are helping companies manage sustainability risks by bringing ASEAN countries closer to key OECD standards. Fourth, reducing distortions to keep markets open and contestable. For example, the OECD has supported leveling the playing field in small packaging logistics, a key sector in the COVID-19 context. And finally, digital transformation will play a key role in the recovery. Our work on Southeast Asia ranges from digital tax, access to digital tools by MSMEs, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, the development of digital skills, the use of digital tools for resilient supply chains, just to name a few. The inclusion of more Southeast Asian countries in the online Going Digital toolkit will help them assess their digital development and formulate policy strategies. Now, dear friends, Haruki Murakami once wrote that, I quote, "We're looking at the same moon in the same world," unquote. As we continue to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic, let's not forget that we are all facing this crisis and its consequences together. Please count on us. Please count on the OECD as a friend of ASEAN. We look forward to working hand in hand with you to build back better and to design, develop, and deliver better policies for better lives. Thank you.
I think that the Secretary General of the OECD has said many things that many of us can agree with, but as all of us know, the devil is in the detail. How are we going to build back better? And that becomes a very compelling question that we're going to hopefully at least, I can't say that we're going to try and answer all of it, but we're going to give a stab at least at looking at some of the crucial areas that we can make a difference. I'm now going to ask my excellent panelists to give a few opening remarks to set the stage and give us a little bit of something to think about. I'm going to kick off with Dr. Rillo, who is the Deputy Secretary General for ASEAN, to give us some of the very crucial ASEAN numbers about how we all are doing. Dr. Rillo.
Thank you so much, Lee. I hope you can hear me well. And thank you again to the organizers for inviting me in this important event. Looking at the region at the moment and also 9 months into this pandemic crisis, I think we all agree that the region continues to face a lot of uncertainties. In fact, there are a lot of significant risks that also remain very much elevated. Despite the fact that a number of measures have been implemented in the region since the outbreak, mainly to overcome the pandemic, I think what is evident here is that the risks continue to be much higher now. And at the same time, given that we don't know when this pandemic is going to end, the outlook in the region also remains uncertain. And I think this will also have some long-lasting impacts into the region. In fact, we've already seen how this pandemic has created a lot of adverse effects into ASEAN. For example, in the first half of this year, we noted that GDP growth in a number of major economies in ASEAN has declined significantly. And at the same time, when we look at tourism receipts, investment as well as trade, the figures are also very negative. In fact, there is also a contraction being noted in those metrics. So I think indeed this is a crisis like no other, and definitely ASEAN is not spared from this crisis. But fortunately, I think ASEAN has been able to respond quickly and decisively to mitigate the socioeconomic impacts of this pandemic. Yesterday, during the summit plenary, our leaders reaffirmed the commitment to overcome this pandemic by implementing a number of measures. For example, they welcomed the development of the establishment of the COVID-19 Response Fund, as well as the regional reserves of medical supplies. Also within the region, we're able to develop the strategic framework on public health emergencies. This is a framework that would include standard operating procedures as well as mechanisms for addressing the ability of the region to deal with the future pandemics. I think the most important response so far is the development of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework and its implementation plan, which serves as an exit strategy for the region and how to facilitate recovery moving forward. And also yesterday, the leaders endorsed the travel corridor framework that is again an important initiative to stimulate and revive economic activities in ASEAN. But I think despite all these efforts, it's very obvious that ASEAN is not out of the woods yet, right? I think, in my view, the pandemic will continue to become more daunting, and at the same time, it will create more damages into our economies and societies unless more coordinated measures, more actions are being implemented in the region moving forward. On that basis, I see three important priorities for ASEAN in order to overcome this pandemic. First is that it's very obvious that we need to focus on the recovery, okay? I think we need to move from, as the region moves from ability to deal with this pandemic, from containment measures to the recovery, we have to make sure that we are able to deal with this pandemic decisively And I think the most important priority right now is to make sure that there are available funding resources, okay, to contain the pandemic. And at the same time, we are able to balance the socioeconomic risk from this pandemic. I think part of the priorities in the region as well is to make sure that we're able to reopen our economy, to make sure that the most important sectors are being revived and being able to contribute again to our economy, okay? Like the aviation sector, for example. Secondly, I think it is also very obvious that we need to bring back productivity into the region again, okay? The way I see it, this pandemic has disrupted the productive capacity in the region in terms of not only of the physical capacity, but also in terms of human capital. Therefore, I think part of our strategies in the region is to be able to develop human capital in the region in order to offset whatever losses in human capital that arose from this pandemic. Similarly, I think there is also an urgent need to identify new sources of growth, including, for example, digitalization and data-driven services that would really drive growth in the region in the coming years. Finally, in order to achieve a resilient and inclusive recovery, I think it is very imperative and urgent for the region to be able to address the long-term resilience in the region, okay? In addition to addressing a number of sustainability issues in all dimensions in ASEAN, in my view, one important consideration here is for the region to further deepen regional economic integration, because this is one area where the region will generate a lot of competitiveness that would really enhance our ability in the coming years to build a better and more inclusive ASEAN region. Those are my initial thoughts, Ms. Lee, and I'm happy to further discuss these ideas later on during the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Villa. Can I move quickly on to Mr. Hassan, who will give us also some of the numbers, the both cheerful and not so cheerful ones, about what's happening in the world and in our region. Mr. Hassan, I hand over to you.
So good morning to everybody in Hanoi. Can you hear me? Right. Okay. So many thanks to BCCI for this invitation. I'm deeply grateful, and I really wish I was in Vietnam in person. Good evening from Washington, D.C., where I'm sitting right now. Let me try and make 3 points as an introduction. First of all, what we're finding in our own research is that clearly there are highly differentiated macro impacts across the region due to this crisis. So what we're projecting it for 2020 is that out of the 23 countries that we cover in East Asia and Pacific, which I oversee our economic policy work, in 20 of those we're forecasting negative growth. But fortunately in Vietnam is one of the 3 where we are seeing positive growth. As for the recovery in 2021, we see wide variations as well, and they are dependent on 2 things. One is the effectiveness by which countries have controlled the pandemic, and there are significant variations in the region on that. And secondly, the degree of exposure to goods or services exports. So the countries which are more dependent on goods exports will essentially do better than those who are more dependent on services exports like tourism. That's the first point. The second point is that the impact on firms and households have also been quite significant. So we have carried out these rapid pulse surveys for firms and for households in many of the countries in ASEAN every couple of months since the crisis broke out. So some of our findings are that the average sales have declined by about 40 to 50%, particularly for SMEs. They have recovered somewhat in more recent months, especially in countries like Vietnam, but they've certainly had an impact on firm balance sheets and especially on the micro firms. Second point is that our household survey analysis shows that as much as 38 million more people will be in poverty in East Asia and Pacific than last year. And not only will there be that many more poor people, but there is also sharply rising inequality because of the impact of the pandemic is more felt on smaller firms and on the lower part of the income distribution as well. And that also means, therefore, that we have concerns over medium-term growth in the region. Already in ASEAN and in East Asia in general, productivity was declining. And now that with the COVID's impact on human capital and growing inequality, and the losses that we've seen in firms, and the closure of some firms, we do see a hit on long-term growth. That said, and we can discuss this more, there are greater opportunities as well, of course, due to greater digitalization, the higher environmental and health standards, and the lower fragmentation of global value chains. My third point in terms of introduction is therefore on policy responses, what is to be done. Now, first of all, fiscal and financial sector stimulus measures will need unwinding in a careful and phased manner. Governments will need to anticipate the arrival of a vaccine and create the capacity to distribute it efficiently and fairly, and that will be which will be an imperative for social stability, that fair distribution within countries. At the same time, going forward, there will have to be greater emphasis on greater revenue mobilization and less wasteful expenditures, and basically an increase in tax GDP ratios for many of the countries in the region. That will help finance a wider social protection system, which we have seen has been relatively sparse in East Asia thus far in the crisis, and we have clearly seen there's a lot more room for investments and deepening of social protection systems. Thirdly, one will have to calibrate the viable firms while strengthening insolvency frameworks for firms that need to exit. Fourth, there will have to be greater emphasis on smart schooling for all. And fifth, deepening trade and business climate reform. So we see those as the policy agenda going forward, which are similar to what others have said. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassam. You have emphasized one of the very worrying things about the pandemic, and that is the increasing number of poor people in our region, which is such a contrast to what we have experienced previously when millions in Southeast Asia moved towards being middle class and having greater opportunities. So this has been a massive setback for us. Prof. Nishimura, you have some very interesting data and views to share with us. So I was hoping that you would continue.
Thank you, Ms. Lin Xuerin, for your kind introduction. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, first I'd like to express my gratitude for the invitation to join this esteemed panel. I will share my view on how ASEAN could continue to be resilient and thrive in the new norm after the pandemic. Over the past decades, ASEAN member states have developed the most sophisticated international production linkages under the framework of the ASEAN Economic Community, which envisions a single market and a single production base. ASEAN has strengthened its economic integration while overcoming the past crisis, many crises, and this time. ASEAN must again work together to overcome the COVID-19. Earlier in supporting ASEAN has conducted extensive research and policy analysis at various ASEAN and East Summit ministerial meetings on key regional economic issues, highlighting the approach strategy that ASEAN should to establish the new normal in ensuring strengthened and resilient economic environment in the region. The policy recommendations include COVID-19's emergence response, post-pandemic exit strategies, and the policy measures, regional development under new normal. Today, the report, this report on sub-regional development strategy in ASEAN after COVID-19 will be delivered. All ASEAN mission in Jakarta and ASEAN chair in Vietnam. Now, let me highlight 3 important points. Number 1, digital ASEAN. The importance of a digital ASEAN was clearly mentioned in the report ASEAN Vision 2040, submitted the ASEAN Leaders Summit last week. Thus, in achieving a digital ASEAN, consumers and producers must be able to directly link with each other through communication technology. This makes it possible for MSMEs and traditional sectors, such as agriculture, to advance through digital transformation. I call this macro information loop. Technology also allows leapfrogging into new sectors. Digitalization is very important for ASEAN development. The COVID-19 has accelerated digitalization and forced us to realize digital ASEAN sooner than expected. Number 2, servicification of manufacturing. ASEAN must prepare to benefit from servicification of. With increasing servicification, manufacturing firms use many services such as logistics, finance, etc. to a greater degree. This creates opportunities for improvement in the expanding service value chain. Using communication technology, ASEAN businesses can perform specialized tasks for firms in developed countries, which will create new economic activity to enhance servicification and strengthen service value chain. It will be necessary to increase service connectivity through further liberalization. Number 3, development of human resources. It is essential to make technology development more human-centric. For example, in using AI in new business models, the technology must be accountable to people for its decision. In addition, there must be equitable distribution of gain from digitalization. To realize this, upgrading the education system for skill improvement, especially of those necessary digitalization, is essential. This must be done not only in elementary and secondary school, but also through vocational training and reskilling of workers. They are very critical for us to continue to be resilient and thrive in the new norm, attract more trade and investment into the region, deepen economic integration to fully achieve the vision of the ASEAN economic community, making the region as a single market and a single production base. Thank you very much, Watson. I stop here.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move quickly on to Mr. Moritz from PwC, who represents hundreds of thousands of employees over 157 countries, to give his perspective. Mr. Moritz.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. Can you hear me okay? Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Lin. Thank you to the ASEAN Business Summit, country of Vietnam, as well as VCCI. My last visit in Vietnam was actually at the APEC meeting in 2017, which was a great opportunity to see the country and its many assets, its wonderful culture and its wonderful citizens. And unfortunately, we're not able to be with you all here today, but we hope to share with you some ideas, perspectives, as the opportunities of ASEAN become so more important to the world as well as to the region. It excites me to talk about this region. When you look at the dynamic region that it is, it continues to grow in excess of 5% per year over the last number of years at a rate that is astonishing when compared to the rest of the world. And it's the envy of many country leaders, economists, business leaders, and government leaders. The ASEAN region continues to do relatively well with the pandemic. And while a tragedy of unbelievable proportions that no one could have predicted, it's clear that some countries in the regions have definitely been able to handle it more successfully than others. As a result, economies have begun to reopen, but we know that a prolonged severe outlook or a continued outbreak or resurgence can rattle the markets and the financial conditions that countries have to deal with and the citizens are impacted by. Hence, all of the ASEAN countries are having to balance between the containment concepts versus economic revival. And unfortunately, we know that one at some times is at the expense of the other. And although the pandemic hit Asia first, it demonstrates that the ASEAN members have to date recorded significantly lower transmissions, lower fatality rates than other regions of the world. If this trend holds, the ASEAN countries do have the opportunity to emerge from COVID-19 pandemic with a significantly lower toll on lives from a humanity perspective and an opportunity to capture opportunity for both growth and sustainable development. Vietnam in particular has demonstrated this importance of early and decisive action together with clear and constant and consistent communication. So when talking about the region, there's three things to focus on. First is the area of investment and trade. Despite recording a downturn because of the economy and the pandemic, the ASEAN countries and economies continue to offer a very attractive investment prospect, given its well-established trade networks, growing middle class, and young educated workforce. In the first quarter of 2020, the ASEAN countries became China's biggest trading partner, worth well in excess of $150 billion US dollars. And the IMF continues to predict growth in a big way when relatively compared to other regions and countries themselves. But more compelling is not only the opportunity to have other countries outside of the region diversify its supply chain dependence on others, thereby creating the opportunity for the ASEAN countries. Equally as compelling is the intra-ASEAN trade flows to counterbalance the risks and concerns around the dependency on the larger, more established countries on a worldwide basis. It was said earlier before that the focus also has to include a concept of acceleration, dependency, and reliance on the digital transformation of both the region as well as the benefit for people on a sustainable development as they look at the SDG goals and the like. The pandemic has reshaped the world in this regard. It's accelerated and made change that many thought was not possible over a 5-year period, but yet we've seen it happen over 9 months. This region is no different. One can argue it even has captured the opportunity more so with over 400 million internet users in the region. The region's digital landscape provides a unique opportunity for stakeholders, citizens, employees, business partners, suppliers, and yes, investors at the corporate level and at the government level. Technology will continue to play a leading role not only in ASEAN's continued growth, but its ability to deliver sustainability against the stakeholders' needs consistent with the SDGs that have arisen. But let's be very clear of what this takes. As was said by my fellow panelists quite appropriately, we need to have the right infrastructure and connectivity. We need to provide people the tools, which is the skills and access to data to innovate and create and scale those innovations for the benefit of humanity. And yes, we have to adopt more so in scale to use in the location around the region but also for others to want to buy in and lead in that regard. When we talk about skills, it's important not only to think about what is needed from a technology perspective, but rather what is needed to adopt and perhaps more importantly, lead in a new way in a digital world. So the concept of skilling for those that don't have, or the concept of up or reskilling for those that have skills today in the marketplace, really is a focus on continuous learning. And here, the region has an opportunity to demonstrate the world how to do that successfully and to think about economic growth and long-term sustainability and the meeting of the demands from a stakeholder needs perspective. It requires an and statement. The focus cannot just be on growth, it has to be growth and sustainability. It requires new skills and it requires leadership. Clearly, government, business, community leaders, and educators need to come together more so with speed, urgency, and energy to drive the right conditions for business to prosper, citizens to benefit, and the region to take its rightful place over the next decade. We look forward to the continued conversations in this regard, Ms. Lin. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moritz. I'm going to move on now to our last panelist for her opening remarks, and she's by no means the least, though, of us. In fact, if anything, the most prominent. Sitting in Hanoi, I would ask for Madam Na from the BRG Group to give some of her comments.
Không cao không?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank Ms. Lin Suiling for the introduction, and I think in the spirit of being serious, but I'm also very moved standing here that in the context of the global COVID-19 pandemic, and especially in Vietnam today, still we can have a talk on the ASEAN business outlook. Thank you for sparing the valuable time to be here. My name is Nguyễn Thị Nga, chairwoman of the BRG group with 14 years of membership of ASEAN BAC. And this year, 2020, I am also the chairwoman of the ASEAN ABA, and the second time the chairwoman of that prize. Being a Vietnamese and being a member of ASEAN, I would like to take this opportunity in this very special context. Many of you are working with us virtually, but still have the solemn event to share with each other the experiences. And ladies and gentlemen, our view is that in this year of 2020, the ASEAN businesses will seize opportunities. Which opportunities are there for them to seize so that we can overcome COVID and we can develop in a daring way, sustainably and inclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, among the turbulence with a vision of ASEAN to be a bloc with a common and sustainable policies and unity, once ASEAN, you see, to be a new manufacturing center, a manufacturing hub of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, nation leaders have said a lot about the strategy to develop One ASEAN from the government's perspective. So I would like to present to you the views of One ASEAN from the perspective of enterprises. How can the ASEAN enterprises to be linked more closely, and especially we are also in need of the attention and cooperation of countries beyond ASEAN, our partners and others, so that they can help us to develop, cooperate with us to develop. to master the tendency of shifting of major factories and companies to ASEAN. I think we should have the kind of inter-block preferential treatment for investor, and there should not be the kind of internal competition among ASEAN member states. That will help us to become one ASEAN, enhancing our competitiveness with other blocks in the world. And also we will have advantages in attracting investors with the advantages of each specific member states and the inter-block attraction and linkage. Now the second point I would like to present to you is that we will develop a kind of supply chain which is balanced and dynamic across ASEAN. This would require ASEAN businesses to cooperate strongly to have a kind of flexible, dynamic supply chain, mutually supporting, and the citizens here will be both of the laborers and the clients, so that we can have the kind of close linkage among the nations and develop and raising the incomes of the citizens in the region and boosting the sustainable development of the entire bloc. Enterprises and member states of ASEAN also need to mutually assist, support each other based on their advantages and strengths to develop more comprehensively so that they can be competitive with enterprises of other blocks. For example, those who have the advantage in terms of logistics will be assisting the exporting and manufacturing companies. We would like to share with you from my group, namely BIG, we have 22,000 employees and we are work in multiple sectors. In the past year of COVID-19, we also see that among all of the, there is a dynamic saying that there is opportunity in risks. Which means that among risks there are also kind of opportunities for us, requiring us to strive ourselves. It is similar to the English proverb of every thunder has its silver lining. So COVID-19 is a kind of major crisis, but also it brings about opportunities for enterprises who can stand up and for us, crises are the opportunities for enterprises to review their effectiveness, their governance, for streamlining their apparatus. We have we manage 9 international brand hotels in Hilton, Intercontinental, Sheraton. Yeah, but they have very little revenue so far, very little employment for them. But we still keep the employment for the workers, for the employees. At the same time, we review our governance system, management system, and we restructure our management to be more streamlined, more effective. That is what I think the most important thing that BRG has done in 2019. In 2020. And we took a look at all of our core sectors to find a kind of sustainable bright spot, which we deem that, it will be more sustainable. So over the past year, we have focused our resources to to establish a BRG retail. Because retail is quite vital to everyone in the world, especially in Vietnam during the COVID time. We developed very strongly the retail segment. We were bold enough, we were daring enough to bring our communities to serve the people in the pandemic-stricken areas. And but the kind of the peaks of the pandemic, we still did that. And we also provided a kind of clearly cut strategies and targets, what to do to prepare so that after the pandemic ends, we can transform and develop strongly, quickly, immediately. So we prepare with the training, recruitment, and we develop the kind of new stations, new locations to serve the retail. purposes. So when the pandemic ends, we can accelerate right away to offset for the time lost, which caused some kind of sluggishness. That is the 3 points I would like to share with our ASEAN peers, ASEAN enterprises. And we should take a kind of positive view that turmoil, turbulence, crisis will see many enterprises to be even firmer, stronger development, because it is the crisis will train them with the skills which cannot be bought with money. With more than 40 years of business experiences from me and also the experiences of BIG, I think that coping with the crisis successfully, managers need to have the 3 factors. This is my personal view. First, the high adaptability. In any circumstances, we cannot deny the context. We need to adapt with that. We need to think day and night to adapt with that. Secondly, we need to create preparedness, readiness to all scenarios, and also situation of risk which might occur. If such a risk happens, what will my company do? How it will handle the spillover effect from that? And thirdly, the enterprises need to create a kind of diverse ecosystem or the kind of linkage capacity. So in any cases, there shall be a kind of the support to the ecosystem. So our group is multi-sectoral. So the ecosystem has many sectors. Some of them yielded hardly any revenue or very little one, like the hospitality due to the pandemic. But for other things like banking or retail, we still generated somehow the revenue and somehow the profit to offset for the other sectors who were suffering from losses. I think the best way and the only way is to join hands among ourselves to multiply our strengths for sustainable development. And after the storms, we will see who is the talented captains. And great pressures will create a kind of great diamonds. So the excellent enterprises of ASEAN will be persevering to overcome the difficulties of COVID-19 as well as the previous crisis, and they deserve to be respected and honored by the world. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight an event will be held, a very important event will be held. That is, we will awarding the prizes for 10 ASEAN enterprises in various sectors. That is the regular awarding of ASEAN, namely ABA. It will be awarded here tonight, honoring successful entrepreneurs who have made efforts and who have been the heroes on the economic front, affirming their capacities of ASEAN businesses against COVID-19. Also, we'd like to inform you and would like to sincerely thank the leaders of ASEAN, and also we'd like to thank them for their support, so that we, in any circumstances, meeting in person or virtually like this, ABIS is still held today. And tonight, we would like to invite you to join us at the event honoring ASEAN entrepreneurs, ASEAN enterprises, selected by Deloitte, the auditing firm. Me, in charge of the chair of ABA Awards, would like to invite you. Thank you all here in the auditorium and those participating virtually. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Na. Now I'm going to move quickly into the panel discussion. I'm afraid that we may not have so much time given the very packed schedule today, but let's move to one of the very important questions. We've been talking about ASEAN as if it was a unified whole, as if all the development was the same in the different countries, but it's actually quite disparate and it's really rather sketchy. In Vietnam, we are seeing very good recovery. The economy is moving forward, and yet if you look at the numbers in countries such as the Philippines and Malaysia, it is looking as if it's quite dire still, both a combination of economic factors as well as the health factors. So the question is, in ASEAN, should we be trying to level everybody up to the same point? In other words, that we should be channeling all our energies into making sure that all the different members of ASEAN get that same kind of V-shaped recovery? Or do we accept, as we have actually in the past, that we move at a different pace economically, and yet we still move together? So I'm asking Dr. Rillo, what do you think? Which scenario should we be going for? Should we be channeling a lot of energy into making sure that we're all moving at the same economic pace, all heading for that hopeful V-shaped bounce? Or are we going to just say, no, we accept that the different ASEAN countries are going to come out of this pandemic at a different pace? Dr. Rillo.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we recognize that this crisis is hitting every country differently. And therefore, the ability to recover would depend on country-specific circumstances, particularly the extent or the strength of the policies being implemented by each country. At the same time, the available resources to be able to finance or support the recovery process. I think what's happening in ASEAN, what's the value add of ASEAN, is the ability to develop strategies that would allow the region to come up with basic platform of cooperation. For example, within the region, as I mentioned earlier, we have the recovery framework that is already in place. The recovery framework basically identifies what are the most important critical areas that the region should be focusing on to be able to have a recovery, a resilient recovery moving forward. And this include in our mind the ability, for example, to address issues related to the health systems, the ability to focus on health, on human security, considering that the pandemic has impacted a lot of people. Thirdly, we also recognize that this pandemic or this crisis is also about economic recovery. Therefore, how the region is able to create an integrated market by implementing a number of measures to support the opening of our markets for trade and investment will be critical. Then the fourth and the fifth strategy is about what we need to do moving forward. And then that is where the issue of this digitalization would come in. And I think earlier there's a lot of discussion on that because we recognize in ASEAN that digitalization has become an important lifeline during this pandemic. And it has also provided us an opportunity to rethink what are the different strategies that we need to do to be able to accelerate digital transformation in the region. And finally, there's also this issue of sustainability. And again, sustainability issues differ among countries in ASEAN, but I think if we have a common platform on how to address and how to prioritize sustainability in terms of the issues we need to address, then I think everybody can move in the same direction. But I think what's important to highlight here, Lynn, is that cooperation is indeed vital. I think more than ever, this is the point in time that everybody has to come together and work together toward a certain goal. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Hassan, I was going to ask you the same question as well, but I was also going to add on a little tail, and that is, we talk a lot about resilience, but is resilience actually just a code word for saying internal looking, that we want to have systems in which we are not dependent on others? And in fact, actually, it is a more inward-looking policy when we use the word resilience.
I think the concept of resilience needs to be looked at from a macro point of view, a firm point of view, and a household point of view, conceptual. So from a macro point of view, you have to think about fiscal resilience. You have to think about the overall drivers of growth in an economy and whether they're sustainable or not. And for that, many of the policy sort of suggestions that previous speakers have made are perfectly reasonable, and I subscribe by them. Right? I don't think that necessarily means that you have to be inward looking. One can still have an outward looking agenda. One should still move towards the liberalization, for example, of the services industry, still pretty protected in ASEAN relative to the goods sector. So there's a lot of scope for gains, even within ASEAN, trade within ASEAN, if one further liberalizes. So that's on the macro level. At the firm level, really it's about trying to identify resilient firms which can sustain this crisis and support those, whereas whilst exiting out, not providing support to the ones who really are not solvent and are not viable in the medium term, right? And at the household level, the resilience is about being able to cope with shocks, and it's about being able to have enough savings to deal with shock. And if you don't have individual savings, for the state to be able to step in and provide social protection during the times of crisis. And that is where we have seen generally in East Asia, there is a significant scope for growth of that and a strengthening of those systems that this crisis has shown. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Professor Nishimura, who mentioned a lot about the digital transformation. But the digital transformation is only possible if we have very good infrastructure. And we've now had a lot of anecdotal stories from many of our countries where in the more outlying regions, some children can't even have remote learning because they don't have a computer even, far less even a stable internet connection. So perhaps it's very easy for us to say the word digitalization, but what are we going to do to help businesses and children here and now? Prof. Nishimura.
Okay. Maybe what are some challenges in the digital economy for ASEAN? Maybe that is a very important question. There are many challenges, but I'd like to highlight two of them. The first one is the productivity growth of MSME. That is very cool. Micro, small, and medium enterprises, which form the backbones of ASEAN economies, need to adopt new technology to improve their productivity and stay competitive. Traditional sectors of agriculture and manufacturing can be modernized with the application of information technology. Likewise, communications technology enables MSMEs to quickly gather information and expand their market by accessing information globally in their handheld mobile device. I called this already the micromap information loop. To make this possible, SMEs must undergo digital transformation. Yeah, that is my image. And important thing, digitalization is brought two kinds of technology. We can think ICT. No, ICT is different characteristics. Communication technology, it's a dispersion power. People don't go to, that is third abandoning, people not necessary to go abroad. But information technology is concentration. That is, in a sense, displace of people. So, but this a kind of the different forces can be merged, create a new type of the servicification of industry. And this needs human, not to displace human, needs human. Technology must be human-centric. If you introduce advanced technology, we need human. It must inevitably involve. That is my.
I think it's a very important point that when we talk about technology, that we don't end up just talking, you're right, about the machine aspect, but really that we are at the center of technology. Mr. Moritz, you mentioned in what you said that one of the key things are going to be investment and trade, intra and inter in ASEAN. And actually the OECD SecGen mentioned this as well, saying that foreign direct investment has tremendous potential here in ASEAN. But at the same time, we are seeing on the ground level that some of us in ASEAN, ordinary people on the streets, feel uneasy about the FDI. And how do we reassure people that what's going to happen, the foreign direct investment, is going to be inclusive, that we're not going to have an exacerbation of disparities, in fact, over this pandemic?
It's clear when you look at the challenges that the world was facing before the pandemic, the concept of asymmetry or a lack of inclusive opportunity for those that are perhaps privileged versus not was a trend we were already seeing, and COVID-19 brought that squarely in front of us at a much more accelerated pace. As a result, the businesses and, for that matter, governments have to do more to talk about how, in fact, their investments are getting good results, and those results are translating into opportunity for people of many different areas, be it in major cities, rural areas, or otherwise. This is why it's important for us to demonstrate more as a country or a region, as well as the businesses, what are we doing to progress and make progress that is much more inclusive in nature. So let me give you two very specific examples. The World Economic Forum recently created a non-financial reporting matrix, a reporting framework that not only focused on the financial results, but other measures of success consistent with the SDGs, where citizens, employers, those looking for employment, could see what a company is doing to enhance skills, create jobs, contribute to society at large. And these opportunities were focused in the area of planet, people, good prosperity, and good governance. It's important for corporates to be held accountable to drive a stakeholder and a shareholder responsibility, so there is more trust for those that perhaps have not had the privilege or the opportunity previously. That is equally as important for countries and regions. The primary measure of GDP is only one measure. We should be looking at multiple measures, including how can we enhance the skills to people to have opportunity, and at the same time, while that is supply, create the demand. More entrepreneurship, more innovation, and more demand for jobs is really important to show that that match will create opportunity for the individual, and by doing so will create opportunity for the country as you look around long-term sustainable growth.
Opportunity for the individual. Madam Na, Vietnam has done incredibly well. Everybody would like to imitate that pickup, that growth, and also that sense of optimism perhaps that we all need to feel now. Madam Na, how would you say, if you could give a very short answer, what is that magic, if we can call it that? What has Vietnam done right? And what can the rest of us in ASEAN learn from you?
Cảm ơn bà Linh Xuân Liên. Thực sự là bà cũng đã có nói là Việt Nam
Actually, you have said that Vietnam has made a lot of progress this year. Indeed, I just want to share with you that our country is not a developed country, In terms of healthcare, we have made good scientific progress, but as far as infrastructure is concerned, we do not have robust infrastructure. Prior to COVID-19, we had only one way forward, which is self-discipline and discipline. The government has made a lot of drastic policy to protect the people, and all the people comply with that requirement absolutely, because we all care for ourselves and our health, and we just wish that the community is healthy. That's why we want to uphold the principle of compliance. That's why we are successful so far. In terms of economic development, the Prime Minister, His Excellency Nguyen Xuan Phuc, has said that we should have a dual success, which means a success in COVID-19 pandemic control, and on the other hand, economic growth in tandem. That's why all Vietnamese businesses have to adapt to the conditions of pandemic control and growth. Frankly speaking, in this forum, only me, myself on the stage, I told Mr. Luc that it was a Skype signage for me because I was here myself alone on the stage, and he told me that other speakers spent the time at home themselves, and I have to adapt to that situation, and I have to regain my confidence to complete my task. That's why I just want to share with you that adaptation cautiousness, and all the government members and businesses in Vietnam and all Vietnamese people have to share the same goal of pandemic control and economic growth. That's why we still have a positive growth in GDP, one of two ASEAN members achieving positive growth. And so far, by today, this is a dual success in pandemic control and economic growth. And I just want to share with you and ASEAN businesses in particular that we should rely on our determination and compliance and unity, and this is the key to success.
Start off with you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lynn. I think this pandemic shows us the power of change, that change is inevitable. And for every change, there is a new opportunity. For example, within the context of ASEAN, this pandemic has actually exposed a lot of vulnerabilities in our region. But at the same time, it has provided new opportunities to look into, particularly the importance of how we can make our integration more inclusive and resilient, how we can finally be able to accelerate digital transformation. So a lot of things are happening that really provide us a wake-up call, give us a wake-up call to say, oh, there are things that you need to do now. And because this is a new world, we cannot just do things business as usual, but we really have to think outside the box and think of other new opportunities that will give the region a better future. I think for me, change and the opportunity that it gives is the most important lesson. Thank you.
Mr. Hassan. Oh, we seem to have lost Mr. Hassan. Can I move on to Prof. Nishimura while we figure out what the technical problem with that is? Prof. Nishimura, what do you think is the positive thing that we can come out with?
Yeah. I'd like to believe the power of science. Yes. This is, in a sense, criticized. But when we face the pandemic, the fundamental solution is vaccine. That is based on the power of science. So, but this development must be human-centric. Transparency, every people must be involved. So, based on this involvement and the diversification of the people and create the power of science, that is a future, bright future. We can overcome this pandemic.
Mr. Hassan, you're looking very contemplative and reflective. Are you worried that you don't have something positive to say? Mr. Hassan, can you hear us? Okay, I think that we have again a little bit of a glitch. So I'll move on. Mr. Moritz.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. It's a great, profound question. I would point our youth to what's happened positively in the last 9 months. We've seen the world transform itself and capture digital opportunities like we have never seen before in scale, and we did things we never thought were possible. You hear that from government leaders, business leaders, and individuals. We're on the verge of finding a vaccine, producing it, and developing it, and deploying it in scale around the world to deal with something that came upon us very quickly, and we're doing it in record time. The bottom line is, this has forced us to demonstrate that humanity can adjust and react, innovate and create, and take advantage of opportunities. And that is beneficial to all of humanity. And it's up to each one of them to be part of that change. I see that as tremendously positive for them as individuals and tremendously positive for the world.
Agreed. It is a change that every single one of us is responsible for. I'm going to try again. Mr. Hassan, can you hear us? I think you need to unmute your microphone. Well, sadly, we seem to be having some problems with that, but it's okay. I will move on now to Madam Na. Madam Na, what do you think you would tell the youth of Vietnam? Why it's worthwhile still being positive?
Tôi nghĩ rằng là với giới trẻ Việt Nam thì tôi hy vọng rằng là sẽ
I
có
hope
một
that
cái ý chí.
they would have a stronger will, and we should apply more science and digital technology to overcome the next stage. Especially scientists at home and abroad are doing research in vaccines, and once we have vaccine, we are no longer afraid of vaccines. But the point is that most countries should have that. If you have actually prepared for vaccine, it should be made accessible to all walks of life. And vaccines against COVID-19 is still in the research phase at a high price, high cost. And I wish that the Vietnamese young people should cooperate with scientists in research programs so that they can do their research in vaccines and at the same time making available technology and digital technology to be applied for startups and businesses so that they could integrate with the world development. Especially, I just want to repeat that human will and human adaptability is the most important. And I hope that it's not only the young people, but the elderly as well, like me, should still have that strong will. And surely Vietnam will be successful and overcome all the challenges. Thank you.
Mr. Hassan, we are going to try one last time. Would you like to try and unmute your microphone? Would you like to try and unmute your microphone? Yes, we can't hear you, I'm afraid. You need to unmute your microphone. Unfortunately, we can't seem to get through. I think that very sadly we may not be able to have. Would you like to try and use your headphones, perhaps? Okay. I'm terribly, terribly sorry, but I think we're probably, yes, technology is wonderful. It's allowed all of us to come together here, but it also has some problems and glitches that we need to iron out. Mr. Hassan, thank you. All of the panelists, thank you very much for your input. I think that if we look towards the future, a very wise Southeast Asian philosopher said that without any mud, there is no lotus. And in a way, perhaps this pandemic is that mud that we have to go through in order to come towards that beautiful point when we will have the lotus. Ladies and gentlemen, those in Hanoi, in DC, in New York, and wherever else we are sitting in all of our Southeast Asian capitals, thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you for attending this panel. And we wish you safety and much calm and a good outlook for ASEAN. Thank you very much. And I'll hand this panel back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Lin. I hope see you very soon.
Thank you very much to Ms. Lin and our speakers, both online and here, Ms. Nga. Again, Ms. Lin, we are terribly sorry that there was a little bit of technical difficulty where we were not able to access one of our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next part, we are very honored to have with us His Excellency Li Keqiang, Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. For this part, we are very honored to invite onto the stage two of our very honored guests. We will wait a bit for the setup. I would like to invite onto the stage for this part, please, Dr. Vu Dien Loc, President of Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Chairman of ABIS 2020. His Excellency Xiong Po of the People's Republic of China to Vietnam. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for joining us. I would like to first invite Dr. Vu Dien Loc, Chairman and President of Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please deliver the introductory remarks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, China is an important partner of ASEAN. Since 2009, China always built the ASEAN largest trading partner In 2019 alone, the total trade value between ASEAN and China was over 500 billion US dollar. And the total foreign direct investment FDI from China to ASEAN reached more than 9 billion US dollar, accounting for about 6% of the total FDI in ASEAN country. This year is a milestone in the economic relation between ASEAN and China. It is the 10th anniversary of establishment of comprehensive economic relation between ASEAN and China. Through the active realization of ASEAN-China free trade area. Furthermore, we expect the regional comprehensive economic partnership RCEP will soon be signed by ASEAN member China and other partners. And now, it is my honor for me and for Ambassador Sung Po to introduce His Excellency Li Keqiang, the Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, to deliver a keynote speech to the summit. Your Excellency Li Keqiang, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Since the Second World War, that in the first 3 quarters, China-ASEAN trade has continued to increase despite the global trade and investment contraction. Two-way trade between China and ASEAN has grown by 5%, and China's investment in ASEAN countries surged more than 70% year-on-year. ASEAN has become China's biggest trading partner. And the economic bond and industrial links between our two sides have further deepened. I would like to take this opportunity to give you an update on China's economy. Since COVID-19 struck, we in China have made enormous efforts and heavy sacrifices in fighting the virus. We have brought the epidemic under control and achieved strategic progress. Throughout this process, we have worked closely with ASEAN countries. COVID-19 has dealt a heavy blow to China's economy. In the first quarter, we saw a negative growth, a 6.8% drop in our GDP, which was unseen in decades. We followed a coordinated approach to control the virus and promote economic growth at the same time. Measures were promptly adopted to reopen the economy. Large enterprises, including foreign invested firms, were mobilized to facilitate door-to-door passenger transport and delivery of supplies. Fast tracks were swiftly opened. With concerted efforts, in the third quarter, China's economy rebounded and realized positive growth for the first 9 months. Looking back, what we experienced was nothing short of extraordinary. This crisis is different from the financial crisis or any other economic crises. Previous shocks hit large banks and big companies first, and then spilled over to smaller firms. This time, the impact was more bottom-up. The virus was directly shaken the retail sector, and it was the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, and household businesses in China that have borne the brunt. In such a situation, we need to keep the economic fundamentals stable, which is extremely challenging for a country with 1.4 billion people. Our macro policies have factored in the particular economic impact of the pandemic. We rolled out timely, decisive, and at the same time effective policies to support and energize market entities. By raising the deficit to GDP ratio to 3.6% and issuing special treasury bonds worth 1 trillion yuan, we have added 2 trillion yuan of fiscal funds, which mainly targeted over 30 million MSMEs and 87 million household businesses. The goal of these fiscal measures is to stabilize employment. With a labor market of 800 to 900 million, stable employment is crucial to keeping the economy stable, which largely depends on the 100 million plus businesses staying afloat. Since the start of COVID-19, we have been shoring them up by giving large companies a 50% cut in social insurance contributions till the end of June. And for MSMEs, such contributions will be waived till the year end. This will come down to a total tax cut of more than 2.5 trillion yuan. The 2 trillion yuan of fiscal funds I mentioned earlier is aimed to cover the shortfall of local government revenue as a result of the tax and fee cuts. With such relief measures and with their own hard work, the 100 million plus market entities have pulled through.
在这个过程当中，
Throughout the process, we have focused on energizing the market entities, advancing the reform of government functions, and improving the business environment. At one point, the number of newly registered market entities plunged. But the Chinese are a resilient people. The Chinese market entities have firm confidence that things will get better. They grit their teeth and opted to cut salaries and hand out living allowances rather than lay off their employees. The past few months have been tough, but they are back on their feet. Now, 22,000 market entities get registered every day, back to the same level a year ago. This has supported over 9 million new urban jobs and put us on course to create as many as 10 million new jobs before the end of this year. Employment creates wealth and underpins economic fundamentals. As we often say, we must secure jobs, safeguard people's livelihood, and protect market entities. By keeping businesses vibrant, employment and people's livelihood will be guaranteed. We can now say with confidence that China will be able to register positive growth this year, making us the first major economy to see a recovery. At the same time, we are soberly minded about the challenges and difficulties we face. The world is not just struggling with economic recession and trade contraction, but also confronting rising protectionism. In times like these, we must continue to advance cooperation with ASEAN countries, which together are our largest trading partner. Through our cooperation, we can show to the world the benefit of free trade and multilateralism to world peace and development. We are pleased that the 23rd China-ASEAN Summit was successfully held yesterday and produced extensive consensus on future cooperation. Here in China, we are drawing up the blueprint for the country's development in the coming 5 years in accordance with the 14th Five-Year Plan. We have also adopted the plan for the next 5 years to deepen China-ASEAN strategic partnership. Going forward, we have every confidence to bring about more tangible outcomes in our cooperation in business, investment, and wider areas. Since we achieve new breakthroughs against a severe recession and sluggish trade globally, we will surely be able to prevail over difficulties and make even greater progress in the future. We need to firmly maintain a peaceful and stable environment for development. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the victory of the World Anti-Fascist War and the founding of the United Nations. In the past 75 years, Asia has leaped from turbulence to peace, and from certain country-to-country confrontation to cooperation. Our continent is shaken of poverty, extreme poverty in some parts, and embarking on a path toward greater progress and prosperity. We in Asia know all too well the paramount importance of peace and stability for our region, as it not only provides a favorable environment for business and investment, but also shapes stable, positive expectations in the long run. China will continue to work with ASEAN countries to safeguard peace and stability in the region. At the same time, we need to work together to promote regional economic integration. China has all along advocated moving forward on two tracks. That is, to advance global free trade under the WTO on the one hand, and to promote regional economic cooperation on the other. The China-ASEAN Free Trade Area has grown from strength to strength and will be further upgraded. I am pleased to say that we East Asian leaders will witness the signing of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership RCEP shortly. The signing of RCEP will send a clear, strong, positive signal for advancing regional integration and economic globalization.
明确的、强烈的信号。在这个过程当中，我们还要推动中国和东盟。
China will also advance Belt and Road cooperation with ASEAN for mutual benefit.
互利共赢的过程当中，推进“一带一路”的合作。中国愿意。
We will forge greater synergy between China's Belt and Road Initiative and ASEAN's development plans. We need to fully energize the economic recovery in our region. Over the years, East Asian economies have played a crucial role in driving global growth. In the current context, we must continue to shoulder such responsibilities and manage our own affairs well. As developing countries, we must focus on the task of development. While pursuing our own development, we must also work together to promote economic recovery, development, and prosperity in the region, which will instill a strong impetus for global recovery. We must cooperate on cutting-edge technologies, and we need to encourage our big companies to work together. More importantly, we must help MSMEs to thrive, as they represent 90% of the businesses in China and ASEAN countries. An important experience of ours in promoting economic recovery is that when MSMEs prosper, they can complement the big companies, and they can create an even bigger market with their retail activities.
来创造更为广阔的市场。中国东盟在这些
China and ASEAN countries may also foster new highlights of cooperation in these areas.
明年是中国东盟对华关系建立
Next year marks the 30th anniversary of China-ASEAN dialogue relations.
有一句古话叫做
As the Chinese adage goes, when turning 30, one should be firmly
中国和
established.
东盟的关系已经立起来了。
At 30, the China-ASEAN relationship is firmly established.
中国还有一
We
句
have built an unbreakable bond.
我们正在迈
We
向
also
不
say
获取
when
中
reaching
国和东盟的
40,
关系
one
将
should
更
no
加
longer have any
成熟
doubts.
相信
I
我们呢
believe that going forward, our relationship will embrace even greater maturity.
向着
I trust that by working together
互利
for
共赢的
mutual
方向
benefit,
发展。中国和东
China
盟
and ASEAN
商
will continue to score new progress
新的局
in
面
business and
不断
investment
地
cooperation.
开创，为进一步的造福
Together, we will deliver greater benefits to the people of China and
会
ASEAN
努力维护
countries,
我们地区的
and we will contribute to regional
稳定
stability and
世界的
world
和
peace.
平。最后，祝
To
东盟
conclude,
商务
I
与投
wish
资峰会
ABIS
取得
a full
圆满
success.
成功。谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Li Keqiang, for your keynote speech. Thank you, Dr. Vu Tin Lop and Ambassador Xiong Po for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, to develop sustainably, investment trends with environment, social, and good governance, or ESG, has increased significantly. To understand better on this topic, I would like to begin the second discussion panel on the future of ESG investing in ASEAN. For this session, please allow me to introduce our speakers for this panel. His Excellency Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, Prime Minister of Malaysia. Ms. Kani Wignaraja, UN Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Hugh Young, Managing Director, Asia Pacific Region, Aberdeen Standard Investments. Mr. Vincian Fongchatorn, Chairman of Premier Group of Companies. Ms. Shinta Wijaja Kamdani, CEO of Sintesha Group. Ms. Sujin Tang, Partner at Patamar Capital. For this panel, it is my honor to invite Mr. Christophe Bawe, UNDP Deputy Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, to lead the second panel discussion. Mr. Bawe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zeong, and good morning to all participants. It's a great honor for me, on behalf of UNDP, to be moderating this panel session on the future of ESG investing in ASEAN, which is part of the ASEAN Business Investment Summit. By way of setting the context, let me just emphasize the fact that ASEAN countries are on the path of sustained economic growth. And even so, we are observing a contraction now, an economic contraction, a slowdown of the growth for the reasons we know related to COVID-19. The long-term trend for ASEAN remains one of growth and an enormous potential to be harnessed. At the same time, we also realize, possibly more acutely now, that this development pattern, this growth pattern, has laid bare a number of development issues, and that those have basically been accentuated over the last year. And those issues of development challenges relate to economy, environment and governance. When it comes to government, to environment, it is really related to fossil fuel dominance in the energy sector. It's related to environment pollution, and more broadly about climate change adaptation and mitigation challenges. When it comes to a social side, it's a story also of inequalities that are now widening. It's a question also of lack of protection schemes for all citizens. And when we talk about governance, it has to do with corruption, transparency, and the need for strengthened legal framework. So ESG investing is very relevant in that context. And for UNDP, it is a theme of specific importance because UNDP, as an organization, member of the United Nations, is very strongly committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, and within that to the role of the business sector. And we are working very much on fair business, fair based on business and human rights, and linked to that to the financing of the SDG, financing for development, which include innovative finance, green market, SDG bonds, and also ESG investing. So this is really a topic that is very relevant to UNDP, and I think to many of you, whether you're from the private or the public sector. I think the question we have in front of us is what happens in the post-COVID-19 moment, in the recovery moment. And we want to believe as UNDP that there's never been such an opportunity for the ASEAN society to become greener, to become fairer, and to become more resilient. And we hope very much that you all believe the same, but that also you're ready to take action for this, to make this belief a reality. The questions we are facing when it comes to ESG investing is really the level that needs to be increased, but also the impact that needs to be strengthened. It's also the question of technology. How do we leverage technology to maximize the impact? And also, it's a question of imagination. If we do a leap in time, go to 2015, what do we want to see? And that's a blue sky exercise that we'll do later in this session. So this session is really about looking at those different dimensions of ESG investing in ASEAN. And to start and doing so, we're extremely honored to have a message from the Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Muhyiddin bin Mohammed Yassin, and we're going now to listen to him.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed honored and pleased to be here today to share my thoughts on the digital ASEAN that is both sustainable and inclusive with all of you. The year 2020 presented us with possibly one of the harshest health and economic crises of our times. As we continue to mitigate and address the unprecedented challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, we find ourselves in a world that is significantly different from the one that we have become accustomed to all this while. This new world brings with it a new norm. And this goes beyond wearing masks, washing our hands, and maintaining social distancing. The nature of our economic activities, the way in which businesses operate, and the manner in which we live and work are all evolving due to the COVID-19 crisis. In place of face-to-face meetings, we now have virtual ones. Instead of selling goods and services through a brick-and-mortar business entity, we now have online presence. And instead of a physical classroom setup, we now have students attending school through a virtual learning environment. These changes need to be supported by the right policy tools and, where necessary, government interventions. Bureaucrats and policymakers must respond with the right measures and prescriptions that are relevant in and responsive to a post-COVID-19 world. Around the world, the policy responses towards COVID-19 from an economic perspective, have focused on returning workers to the employment market and minimizing disruptions to economic activities. The same is also true for ASEAN member states. Going forward, the logical next step is for us to explore the possibility of institutionalizing some of these responses so as to ensure that we have in place forward-looking measures and mechanisms that ensure the resilience of our economies as well as shield us from any future shocks and crises. These measures and mechanisms must also be sustainable and inclusive so as to ensure that every segment of our society is able to thrive and grow, not only by participating in economic activities, but also by living their lives to the fullest potential. So how do we, as governments, ensure that our people are able to lead prosperous and fulfilling lives? As a start, let us inform our policy decisions beyond a framework that is purely market-driven. And let us recognize that there is a real and immediate need for us to do this to ensure that the most vulnerable among us are also able to benefit from our pursuit of economic recovery and growth. It is within this context that I see the relevance of ESG, or environment, social, and governance investing. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the foundational philosophies behind ESG are also central to the key elements contained in the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the United Nations 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. As a participant in these initiatives, Malaysia has consistently worked towards embedding ESG elements into our own domestic policy framework. For example, the ESG elements have been incorporated into Malaysia's Shared Prosperity Vision 2030, or the SPV 2030. Announced in October 2019, the vision aims to develop fair and equitable distribution of economic development at all levels by 2030. The SPB 2030 embodies good governance, transparency, and accountability, of which is central to the ESG. In addition, the vision also recognizes the role of these elements in cultivating a stable and predictable economic environment, including a favorable investment climate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my government remains committed in preserving a business-friendly environment in Malaysia. And to this end, we will continue to engage constructively with various stakeholders, including the business community, to better understand the needs, issues, and challenges. Admittedly, the COVID-19 crisis has had a devastating impact on all of us, and our business community has not been spared. But if indeed there is a silver lining to this crisis, it is the fact that it has become an enabler of sorts, necessitating us to embrace technology and digitalization in a much more accelerated manner that we have earlier anticipated. It is said that change has many ways of manifesting itself. And I must say that through this crisis, businesses have been given an opportunity to embrace rather than resist change. For example, we now have a renewed sense of appreciation for technology adoption and digitalization as a matter of necessity and priority rather than an option. It will be interesting to see the role of technology adoptions and digitalization in the sectors that are essential to COVID-19 response, particularly medical, food, and agriculture. We're also likely to witness more e-commerce transactions and consequently a surge in e-marketplaces and related services, including logistics, warehousing, and e-wallets. With the right policy interventions and public-private partnership arrangements, e-commerce could be the solution for most businesses, particularly vulnerable groups such as MSMEs. In this vein, Malaysia will continue to develop our domestic readiness and improve all aspects of the e-commerce ecosystem, from the physical and digital infrastructures, governance, industry and market readiness, talent development, as well as other socio-economic integrated factors, which will bring benefit to all businesses, including MSMEs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, signaling our commitment in incorporating ESG issues into investment practices, key institutional investment managers and asset owners such as Khazanah National Berhad, Retirement Fund Incorporated, and Employees Provident Fund have also been listed as the signatories of the United Nations Principles of Responsible Investment. Since December 2014, the FTSE For Good Bursa Malaysia Index has encouraged companies to demonstrate strong ESG practices and greater disclosures through annual sustainability reports. In 2019, the Scottish Commission, or the SC, developed the Sustainable and Responsible Investment SRI roadmap for the Malaysian capital market, charting the strategic directions to position Malaysia as a regional SRI center, which includes measures such as widening the range of SRI instruments and instilling strong internal governance culture. At the same time, the SC also formed a public-private partnership platform with the Central Bank of Malaysia to drive and coordinate the financial sector's collective response to managing exposures to climate risk and facilitating businesses to transition towards a low-carbon economy. Islamic financial institutions in Malaysia are also leading the way to generate more sustainable impact through the value-based intermediation flagship, which focuses on transforming the Islamic finance business. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public are becoming more conscious of the impact that businesses and investment have on the environment and society at large. It is therefore timely for ASEAN member states and businesses to adopt the ASEAN Inclusive and Responsible Business Investment Principles, including those contained in the overarching ASEAN Vision Document, ASEAN 2025, Forging Ahead Together. I hope that this will lead to a more responsible investment culture, particularly in addressing ESG issues facing ASEAN member states, ranging from environment, climate change, labor standards to equitable economic development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although the COVID-19 crisis and the consequent economic disruption have had an adverse impact on all of us in ASEAN, let us see this as an opportunity to work hand in hand towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient region, one that builds upon ESG element in business conduct and investment facilitation. On that note, I look forward to hearing your deliberations in advancing our ESG efforts and wish all of you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
For his message, and the Prime Minister has spoken to the very questions that we want to address during this session, whether it's ESG investing, but also the role of governments, the role of policies, the role of the private sector, including small and medium-sized enterprise in Malaysia, but also in ASEAN member states, and also the silver lining that COVID-19 can be if we use this as an opportunity. The Prime Minister, as you heard, also talked about the need for inclusion. as she put it, the need for all citizens to be living life to this fullest potential. And this is very much at the heart of the concept of human development, which is what the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, is standing for. And that's a perfect transition to our next speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, the UNDP Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, Ms. Kani Vignaraja, who is going to address us with a message.
Good morning to all participants at the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2020. It is a pleasure to be able to address you this morning on behalf of UNDP. Our appreciation to the hosts, the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to His Excellency Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, Prime Minister of Malaysia, and the other distinguished panelists, and to the UK Prosperity Fund for their support in organizing this panel through our program on promoting a fair business environment in ASEAN. I wish to acknowledge and commend the government of Vietnam for their role as chair of ASEAN during an unprecedented year of uncertainty due to COVID-19. This year's ASEAN theme of a cohesive and responsive ASEAN captures the solidarity and agility needed to tackle shared challenges. A shock as cataclysmic as COVID asks all our leaders, whether in public or private sector, to stop and take stock of their decisions and policy and investment choices. Have they been the right ones that allowed a country or a company, an industry or a community to withstand the crisis and not just recover, but bounce forward? This is the conversation we are having today. While many ASEAN countries have been successful in dealing with the public health impacts of COVID-19, the aftershocks that have upended lives and livelihoods have expanded existing cracks, such as the growing wealth and income inequalities, high dependency on expensive fossil fuels, increasing levels of air and water pollution in our countries, poor waste management, and a breakdown in institutional accountability are some of these gaps that must be addressed. For too long, false dichotomies have driven decisions in the development business. Policies and financing were forced to support one side or the other. Rapid poverty reduction or sound environmental management, accelerated growth or addressing climate change, maximizing the economic value of forests, land, and water, or protecting biodiversity. These are false premises. Data and science debunked these myths. We are seeing the value of investing in sustainability across the environmental, social, and governance spheres. For today's leaders, the message is clear. Invest in the triple bottom line that regenerates the environment, cares for societal well-being, and promotes good governance. This is essential for a business to thrive today. And this is what the SDGs are all about. So as investors, producers, and consumers, and as leaders of government and business, it is not enough to be neutral. Public value is created by having an intentionally positive impact on the environment, on justice, and human rights. It is a marketplace that cares about and works within our planetary boundaries, so we do not destroy our natural resources, nor create further damage to our climate. For UNDP, this is an essential way forward. There is no other way. And we can see the shifts happening. Global interest and investment in ESG, and hence the Sustainable Development Goals, is growing rapidly. Young consumers and investors are transforming the landscape around transparency and citizens' ability to monitor what companies are doing for the planet and for people. They are demanding more sustainable policies and service choices from their governments and their leaders. In ASEAN, getting this right can put us back on track with the SDGs. Even if all countries are not able to meet all the goals given the COVID shock, if the policy and financing drivers change direction, they become well within reach. Thank you all.
We thank the Regional Director of for Asia and the Pacific of UNDP, Ms. Kandi Vignaraja, for her message, and it gives me now great pleasure to turn to the panel, and Ms. Thuy Dung has introduced all the members, so let me not repeat that, but rather, on behalf of all of us, welcome them, starting with Mr. Hugh Yang. Good morning, Hugh. Are you with us? He might have a connection. All right. I see Ms. Tang Shuyin from Panama Capital. Good morning, Shuyin.
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
We also have Kun Wichien Pongsathorn from Thailand. Good morning, Sawadee Krap, Kun Wichien.
Sawadee Krap. Good morning.
Good morning. And I know that Ibu Shinta Kamdani from Indonesia is going to join us, but we should start with the first topic for discussion, which, as I mentioned earlier, is about increasing the level, but also the impact of ESG investing, and really trying to identify what needs to be done. And I'd like to turn to Kun Wichien first, because you know, with your perspective and your role in Thailand, what, Kun Wichien, do you think is still missing? What can be intensified to increase the level and the impact of ESG investing in Thailand and in ASEAN member states?
Thank you very much. I think we have all heard from the various honorable speakers in previous sessions on the effect of the environment, the effect of the pandemic to our livelihood, and we are still in the middle of it. I would like to invite us all to look at this or treat this as a very big wake-up call, because we have had series of wake-up calls, and this pandemic is, of course, a very big wake-up call. We're in the middle of survival mode, and we are, of course, preparing for the recovery mode. And this must be inclusive. In order for us to recover, I think it is not reasonable for us to look at going back to business as usual to recover. I think we must learn from this wake-up call. We must learn from what has happened in terms of our environment, our various social challenges, and our governance shortfalls. So going back to business as usual is, of course, more than insufficient. So what I would like to invite participants to focus on is that ESG is so important to us. And substance is much more important than forms. So serious actions must be taken. And what are the serious actions that we can take? First, we must look at opportunities to collaborate. Concerted effort is needed to forge serious positive change in the ESG ecosystem, which include practitioners, business, all facets of the society, And of course, the ESG investing and the investment community as a whole to help us all move this forward, to turn around the negative in our worsened environment. Unending slides in climate changes, the lack of sufficient concerns in many social issues, health, nutrition, education, poverty, inequality, social injustices. And I would like to also emphasize the G element in the ESG, the governance, good governance, which has been lagging. And this is a big concern, I'm sure, to all of us in ASEAN. In my opinion, the shortfall in our governance observance has affected, of course, how we care about the environment, how we the attention that we should pay to the various social issues. So this is a cross-cutting element in the ESG endeavor that we're moving forward. So in order to do so, I mentioned collaboration and concerted effort. All parties must work together. Governments, businesses, civil society, academia. Most important of all, the general public must play their role. So in terms of the business, the private sector, what role do we need to play? What's in it for us? Why should we give more attention to ESG? So I must say that good society is good for business, because we have learned that what has happened to our environment, what the effect of the pandemic, the inequality issues, the shortfalls in resources and all have dampened the ability for business to grow and to perform sustainably. So this is very clearly in it for businesses, that business must play its part in ESG. And in order to do so, it must integrate ESG into their ways of doing businesses, as opposed to treating ESG as maybe a side effort on the part of their businesses. Good profit must be aligned with good environment, good society, and good governance practices. And trust is, of course, a very important element in running our business. Stakeholders must trust businesses. And if business practice ESG, the trust element can be strengthened. And of course, the investment community would welcome good performance, good profit from good businesses. So this is the logic behind why business should emphasize their efforts, should integrate successes with ESG. So and I mentioned about the ecosystem and the collaboration. I don't think business can do this alone. I don't think the investment community can do this alone. I don't believe that the governments can do this on their own. I don't think the civil society can do this on their own. So collaboration and concerted effort, messages and initiatives must come from all parts, all sectors, and from the top down to the various practitioners. So this is what I have to say for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kap Kun Wichien. I'm very happy that both you and Shinta have been able to connect or reconnect. Before we turn to them, let me invite Shu Yin to share a few perspectives with us, partly because Shu Yin, you're a social investor. And social impact investment, we all realize, is different from ESG investing. But there could be no competition, but maybe complementarity. So can you please enlighten us about the differences between ESG investing and social impact investment? And maybe share also your views of what it takes to really increase the level and impact of ESG investing, which is the main topic for this session. Shu Yin, may I invite you?
Absolutely. Thank you, Christoph. It's a pleasure to be here. So as you pointed out, definitely there is a difference between impact investing and ESG investing. And I think for us, it's so encouraging to see we're increasingly thoughtful about how their investment portfolios affect people and the planet. However, even within this group, these do vary widely in terms of their approach and also their strengths. And it usually doesn't help compare them all directly with stuff you mentioned. So, for example, the Impact Management Project, a global consortium of organizations will work towards a global consensus on impact management standards, and suggests a number of different impact plots. So starting with acting for harm as an entry point, benefiting stakeholders in the middle, and then finally actively contributing. So just to make that a little more real, so for example, the negative screen ESG fund, the idea is to mitigate risk by avoiding investments into companies which score low on ESG criteria or are engaged in harmful activities. So this would fit into the avoiding harm class. A positively screened ESG fund looks to strong performance on ESG dimensions, and that would fit the benefiting stakes bucket. So impact investing, how is that different? So it takes things a step further and starts with a deliberate intent to generate a measurable positive social or environmental impact alongside insurance. And, I think as you also alluded to, one approach isn't necessarily better than another, though it is critical to recognize these different approaches. So for us at Panama Capital, we are fitting into the actively contributing to plus category. We manage a number of different funds focused on ASEAN. Some of them have the goal of creating better executed for the map market and SMEs. And other funds are focused on women's economic empowerment and close gender gaps. And advancing these goals is a core part of our investment thesis and strategy. So this is not a side effort or a check the box exercise. To illustrate, let me share an example. Our most recent investment out of our Panama Fund 2 is into an MSME lending platform in Vietnam called the Kim An Group. And as was highlighted by many speakers today, already micro SMEs are the backbone of the economy. And in Vietnam, they account for 98% of enterprise. So via its platform and more than 8 branches across the country, Kim An provides an end-to-end service, sales, underwriting, and collection to connect yet financial companies to the MSME sector. So their customers are food, vegetable sellers, clothes kiosks, small retailers, and so on. And this company allows such MSMEs to access finance from the formal financial sector for the first time, rather than having to rely on informal credit where it changes 200 to 300%. And this is a great example of a company that provides measurable, intentional impact alongside an attractive financial risk. So looking ahead, and what it takes, I hope that the investment community really walks the talk when it comes to ESG and, impact investing substance. I think Christian also mentioned that substance is very important here. This is very critical. And if it seems just like there is a risk of not just the particular fund manager or a company, but with the industry as a whole. And specifically, to avoid this, it's so important that fund manager clearly define what our impact and financial goals are for each fund or financial product.
Shu Yin, can I just ask, can you speak, Shu Yin? I think for the sake of translation, if you can speak a little bit louder and a little bit slower, would be excellent.
Sure. Okay. So, as mentioned, it's important that each fund manager defines our impact and financial goals very clearly. And then, then we also need to report on these goals rigorously and regularly. So after decades of work, we now do have the tools to do this. And I understand it's not simple as a single IRR or ROI number, but there are now robust, generally accepted for measuring, managing, comparing, and communicating the impact of one portfolio. So the one that we use for this, IRIS Plus system, from the Global Impact Investing Network, and that is considered the industry standard for impact investing globally. Now, you still may be wondering why this is. In the same way, it's unacceptable for investors to make financial decisions based on gut feelings or best guesses. Investors are concerned about the positive and negative impact of their investment need frameworks, metrics, and so for me, transparency and accountability around how the industry measures and communicates our impact results, as well as our learning, is very critical to driving the field. And thank you very much. I'll leave my initial remarks.
Thank you, Shuyin. And I mean, you've covered the two questions, so thank you so much for this. Very happy that Hugh has been able now to connect with us. Can you hear us, Hugh?
I can hear you loud and clear, Christoph. Apologies, I'm speaking from the third world in Europe, where connections are not so good.
Okay, but now I think it's perfectly fine. So great to have you with us, Hugh. And, I think what we're looking at now is, clearly there is an offer for ESG investing in the ASEAN region. But, for this to work, you also need to have a market. You need to have a demand. And it would be quite interesting, I mean, with your group being a powerhouse, but increasingly focusing on ESG investing, to have your assessment of what the demand is like, the market is like in the ASEAN member states. What can you share with us from that perspective?
Yes, I think the simple answer to that is that demand from ASEAN for ESG is growing. But to put it in context, we've been investing in ASEAN since the mid-80s. And we're long-term fundamental investors. We started investing in equities, and of course since then have branched out into fixed income, real estate, multi-assets, so the whole range of investments. But from our real roots as a fundamental long-term equity investor, for us issues like ESG have been of great importance from day one. Because if you look long-term and invest in poorly governed companies who abuse the environment and have no respect for society, you don't make money. So it's been a very simple, if you like, thesis that investing with good people trying to do the right things in their respective businesses is an absolute prerequisite to make money. Now, of course, the way we've expressed that over the years has changed. So when I first started investing in ASEAN in '85, we wouldn't have talked about ESG. There was ethical investing, maybe back in those days. And the whole language has evolved, and as we've seen from Shu Yin, and how we've seen it happen within our business of demand and more focus on ESG, I think clearly it's come from Europe, I would say, first. So the big institutions and the clients of ours who bring their money for us to investing into Asia, have been at the forefront of this. So it sat very well with us, because this is something we've believed in from day one. But we've seen the big drive from European institutions, I would say led by the Dutch, The Scandinavians have been right at the forefront of promoting ESG investment, excluding certain industries. It's been slow in ASEAN, so from ASEAN demand itself for ESG is a long way behind, but growing rapidly. So we do see the issuance of green bonds in ASEAN, for example, doubling in 2019 from what it was in 2018. We see certain institutions really embracing ESG. And I think of some of the leading Malaysian institutions, EPF, Khazanah, for example. So it's very much on the agenda. ASEAN is catching up. And of course, as there is in everywhere in the world, the generation certainly below me, the next generation after me, issues such as the environment figure very highly. So I think clearly we've reached tipping point, and ESG is being embedded in most people's portfolios without necessarily having the label ESG right up front. But what we're seeing from our institutional demand and indeed our demand from the banks, the insurance companies in ASEAN, is that everyone is now expecting ESG to be involved in portfolio construction. So it's happening, which is a great thing.
It's good that it's happening. Here you reminded us as well. I mean, there was a time where ESG didn't exist at all. And the fact that we're now having this session, this discussion at such an event, and the trend that you're describing is a sea change. But you also reminded us that, in ASEAN there is a catching up effect, there is a whole potential that is not being harnessed. And that actually led us to believe that there may be some constraint, there may be a number of things that stand in the way. And, and to talk about this, I'm very happy to turn to Ibu Shinta Kamdani. Great to have you, Ibu Shinta. And from your experience, I think not only in Indonesia, but also you've been traveling and visiting many other countries of ASEAN. What would you say are the main obstacles that still, need to be overcome for ESG investing to reach its full potential? What needs to be done? Ibu Shinta, over to you.
Thank you, Christoph, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel. I want to start with the Indonesian context first. I think advancing sustainability and mobilizing sustainable financing is not a new term within Indonesia ecosystem. There have been numerous milestones over the years. In fact, it has been embedded into Indonesian national plan. And it also has established its transparency through the government reporting of Indonesia SDG roadmap that has been published by our Ministry of National Development Planning. So Indonesia is very clear, we have been advancing. Moreover, the sustainable financing side also has been pursued for years. I think December 2014, when our financial authority has published what we call a roadmap for sustainable financing in Asia. It lays out many of our agenda development framework, and we also set up a standard 3 years later. We set up standard for green bond issuance in the country the first time, and last year it has appointed 8 banks to start channeling loan based on the principle of sustainable financing. However, with having said that, there are still numerous challenges, and I'm sure this is not just happening in Indonesia, but many parts of ASEAN as well. So part of the challenges is mobilizing the private sector resources in ESG investment stuff. I think in regulatory and policy context, there are many countries that still have many overlapping regulations between ministries. In Indonesia, between central government and local government. Moreover, the large capital or capital intensive are required, while the investor have to deal with a lot of these complicated administrative requirements. So regulatory administration is also a very part of it. Now, on the institutional and organizational level, there still remains a gap on the demand level of investable projects, enterprises, or infrastructure. So even through the government, even though the government has issued like green bonds or green sukuk, we call it, the challenge still exists due to limited bankable and investable pipeline. This is not to the extent of the sustainable project or the demand side. On the supply side also, there has been a lack of knowledge of ESG investing across the corporate boards and government. So in addition, heightened prices due to COVID, as you know, many enterprises have also pushed towards short-term returns and deprioritize some of the sustainability perspectives. So we really need to refocus ourselves and to use the COVID as a transformation and momentum, continue focusing on ESG. Also, another aspect that I would like to mention is the ESG standardization. I think for corporate reporting and transparency, as well as limited level of organizational knowledge and short-term thinking of corporate governance, have been backtracking some of the progress of ESG investing in the region. Now, I wanted to mention that, of course, government also play a very big role. I wanted to say that Indonesian government has actually recently launched our omnibus law for structural reform. And I think this really the focus objective of creation of jobs. We are removing many of the heavy restriction on investment, and it can help attract more investors, create more jobs, and help Indonesia to build resilience of economic recovery. However, the collective action, I think, will be more than important to ensure this inclusive and sustainable implementation of the regulation. Even though on the bright side, the investing process will be much easier, the collective effort between the development agencies also, such as UNDP, is crucial to shift investor perspective to align investment portfolio into the ESG practices. Finally, I have to mention that the private sector practices, in particular on the non-financial industry, has been taken forward and needs to be rewarded. So private sectors as the economic action and actor of the innovation need to be directed from wasteful models of operation and investment toward a more linear or sustainable economy. And this means the government as policymaking need to reconsider more effective legal framework, subsidy, needed infrastructure and tax incentive to create an enabling environment for scaling up private sector efforts and investment opportunities. So this is, I think, some of the issues and some of the, I would say, ideas and recommendations that we need to do moving forward.
Thank you so much, Ibu Shinta. Very clearly articulated these issues need to be tackled, and at the same time, when listening to you about some of the decisions made by the Indonesian government, I was just recalling what the Prime Minister of Malaysia was telling us about the importance of policy and regulatory frameworks. And I believe in ASEAN, other countries, we also have example of government taking steps. But then, as you rightly underlined, there is a need at the very practical level to have bankable projects. To build these pipelines, and that's also where UNDP, and we have very good example in Indonesia, where UNDP works with a number of investors and the government to try to help build this pipeline. Now, talking about the constraint, I'd like to look into to some of the things that Kun Wichen was mentioning earlier. Kun Wichen, you were emphasizing the G dimension. And we know that in addition to your CEO responsibility, you're also the chair of anti-corruption organization Thailand. Kun Wichen, if I may ask, how do you see corruption and this, in this G dimension, and how much of an obstacle would that be in harnessing the potential of ESG investing?
Yes, it's a big big challenge for us. As you know, the status of corruption is not so favorable here in Thailand. That is why we need to, to get ourselves involved. Of course, the government included, but private sector, civil society all needs to get involved and try to resolve this big issue. First, creating the awareness. Corruption is not just the under table matter. It's we all know it's transparency, it's conflict of interest, and it's inefficient use of resources and all, which affects the environment and all the various social challenges that we are facing. In order for us to tackle this big issue, with, of course, the objective to hopefully overcome this issue in certain foreseeable future. There is a need for us to bring people together. Collaboration is very important. General public must be aware. General public must demand, transparency and reduce and less corruption and eliminating corruption. So bringing people together with various means is important. Business must get involved, government must get involved, policy, advocacies, efforts need to be done. So creating awareness, educating people, preventing mechanisms, the various platforms to bring people together so they can help us monitor and prevent corrupting acts and all. And of course, when there are wrongdoings, people must raise their voice. Whistleblowing mechanism must be in place. So all these need to be done with various collaboration, because it's a huge effort. It's a big challenge still. I think we have made some reasonable progress in terms of awareness. People are more and more willing to get themselves involved, see the importance of the effect of this dimension of ESG that affects our livelihood in terms of the environment and the social challenges.
Excellent. Thank you for a very open answer, Kun Wichen. Before we close this this session, I think we could still flash the QR for the Q&A, and then we will collect. Can this be done? And while we're doing that, just let me ask the other panelists: do you have any additional thought or any specific comments that you would make on the point that was basically that were presented by the four of you? All right. So if no more additional points on this, I think we already, with your four contributions, we have covered a good ground of this first topic, and it would be now good to do the same for the second topic, which. Maybe start with Shinta. Sorry. We haven't started with Shinta yet. No, Shinta's fine. Yes. Yes, please. So now on the technology, we like to do the same, and I think technology is very much talked about, partly about COVID-19, but it's not only a matter of talking. I think we have to see what is a real potential for technology. It goes beyond organizing video meetings. It goes as far as promoting leapfrogging telemedicine, teleeducation. It's also a new way of doing business, I believe, with digitalization. But we need actually to be concrete, and I hope that's what we can achieve with this session. And turning first to Shu Yin, I mean, clearly, your company is investing in new technology, but what are the technology that could really have the potential of being game changers? The one that could make the world and the business world and the society very different from your experience already gained, what would you identify as the game changers?
Thank you. I do hope my sound quality is a little better now. I've been having some technical issues. I think to talk about tech transformation, so for us at Panama, we are very excited about the tech transformation occurring across ASEAN. But we're also very conscious about how this meets the real world and the typical mass market consumer. So it's very easy to talk about, technology and transforming retail, for example. But what does this look like for the mom and pop stores and the MSMEs that I mentioned earlier? So we don't invest in companies actually for the sake of buzzwords such as AI or machine learning, but how these technologies can be applied to solve real-world problems with a deep understanding of customer needs and experience. We have some great examples of this within our portfolio. So, for example, we've invested in an e-commerce platform called Mapag that leverages a network of agents, now numbering 270,000 agents, to provide life essential goods for approximately 3 million customers in the. Now, the really interesting thing is that this e-commerce platform started off not with a desire to do e-commerce per se, but rather with a deep understanding of what their customers, predominantly women in rural and semi-rural areas, were looking for. So these were items like high-quality pants, hair dryers, school uniforms, and so on. Now, if this sounds like just a nice story about pants and not really about business, I'd like to mention again that this network now reaches 3 million customers. And when this company exited to Gojek in 2017, this represented one of the most successful exits for any impact business so far in Southeast Asia. So certainly smartphones and digital tools were a powerful enabler to business success, but we believe the key success factor, really understanding an underserved customer well, women living in rural areas in Indonesia. We've also invested in Clinica, and that is the largest virtual pharmacy network in ASEAN. It connects over 170,000 professionals from 40,000 pharmacies, provides better healthcare to over 100 million. Now, as I think most of you would be aware, pharmacists in these markets are not chains like Watsons or CVS, but they're typically independently run mom-and-pop style pharmacies. By empowering these pharmacies to be center of care for their communities and bringing them onto a common mobile platform, Clinica helps patients access more affordable medicines, leads to improved patient adherence, and also helps small pharmacies improve their sales. In addition, by gathering last-mile data from these pharmacies on unprecedented scale, this platform generates unparalleled insights for like ministries of health, global health researchers, as well as NGOs. And yes, this is definitely an application of data, right? But it began with creating an intuitive, practical app which helps ordinary pharmacists get better access to information, take continuing education, and restock their pharmacies in an easy fashion. Just the same. So both of these companies, which I've described, are using EdTech, but it is grounded in a focus of serving customers, particularly the needs of traditionally underserved groups. And it is critical that we don't forget who we're designing these technologies for, and what are the potential applications beyond serving urban, digitally savvy populations. I think this is critical if we're going to achieve our impact. Thank you. Back to you, Christophe.
Thank you very much, Shuyin, and thanks so much for showing that technology is not only for high-tech people, for big groups. There is so much to be actually done in terms of connection. Rural populations, women entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, and I think that's also something that we're seeing now with the COVID-19 time and the power of the technology for these groups. And also the various platform and the connection, including with social impact investment, that is extremely, extremely powerful. So thank you so much. I'd like now to go back to Kun Wichin. Kun Wichan, as we saw in the COVID-19 time, there has been very strong emphasis placed on data, but also data privacy, open data, transparency. So all this linking to the G, but also the social dimension of investing. What is your view on this, on open data, on this new data-related technology, and how can this really help ESG investing? Kun Wichan, over to you, please.
Yes, thank you. Digital technology, of course, very important enabler of how we can move forward in creating better ecosystem for ESG going forward. First of all, I'd like to mention that we see the roles of now certain SMEs who are technology focused, startups, and of course big corporation in terms of providing infrastructure. So combining efforts in terms of development, innovation, new initiatives of these various players constitute what we see happening here in Thailand. For some examples are very clear in terms of our tackling the pandemic issues, the ability to trace, to track movement of millions of people relies on these new technologies, and it's been developed in a very quick and efficient manner, and we're now all using these technologies. In terms of education, I think digital technology will help us leapfrog in terms of accessibility to all, in terms of normalizing inequality in education, in traceability of the use of our supplies and resources, natural resources, very important. But in terms of improvement of the governance systems, we're talking about all these, big data. Big data is very important. Being better informed allow us to come up with more targeted strategies and action. I'd like to cite an example of an initiative that is now ongoing called Anti-Corruption Thailand, ACT AI, which is a platform that brings in all government procurement data into this platform. With all the updates, it brings in information on the procuring sides, supply side, who the players are and all that, into this big platform. And of course, with the analytics that we're using, people can access all these procurement projects and help us monitor, give us input and all that in order to ensure transparency and prevent any, corruptions that could happen. So this is a very important tool that is based on information technology, management of big data, down to analytics and AI. So it's a very tangible tool besides the others that I've already mentioned.
Thank you very much.
If I could say just one more word.
Yes.
It allows us to engage the general public, all stakeholders, to play their part.
Very important last point, which echoes the one made by the Prime Minister of Malaysia about inclusion. I think with you, Kun Wichan, and then with Shuin, we've really covered the S, the social and governance dimension, but we also need to talk about the E, the environment dimension, and then E can also means energy. So to do this, I like to turn to Ibu Shinta, because I think, and I know Ibu Shinta, you have a lot of experience and interest also in the issue of renewable energy, which is a very important dimension of the transition of Indonesia's development toward the sustainable path. and probably also for some other countries in ASEAN. So what are your views, Ibu Shinta, on technology for renewable energy? I think it will be of interest to all of us.
I think I've been talking about energy transition in Indonesia for quite some time, and we know we're still face a lot of challenges, but I do want to share some of the what's happening here in Indonesia. First, I want to share on the enormous potentials of the renewable energy itself. I think the country has potential to generate about 788,000 megawatts of power. And this comes from wind, solar, tidal, even geothermal. This is more than 14 times the country's current electricity consumption. So we are also located along the equator and on top of a ring of active volcanoes, as you know. So Indonesia has about 40% of the world geothermal energy stores, enough for 29,000 megawatts of energy, and its huge maritime area could provide about 75,000 megawatts of power through projects such as Larantuka Strait tidal bridge. So this is the scale. I just want to mention the scale that potential that we have at the moment in Indonesia. So the Strait tidal bridge that I mentioned is about $550 million of sustainable water project, and it will power about 250,000 homes in East Flores. So we're all very excited about this project. Now, Indonesia has been trying this energy transition. So the focus as you know, we've been very much fossil fuel based, and we've been trying to now transition to 50% still on coal, but 25% gas and 25% renewable. So we have a target that in 2025 we want to at least target 23%. Now this is where the problems start arising. That within the context right now, we have subsidized fossil fuel. So with that, it would be very, very difficult for some of this project tariff to be able to be feasible. So that's why government needs to of course do something. And I just wanted to share that during the COVID pandemic, actually, it becomes more compelling momentum for Indonesia to accelerate this energy transition into low carbon energy. I think a huge development has commenced this year. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources just issued actually new regulations that expected to overcome several of these regulatory obstacles that relate to the renewable energy power plant and make investment more attractive. One of the most important change that I would like to address is the elimination of the build, own, operate, transfer. This has been a scheme that I think is important because for renewable energy plants, some of it with high also investment, IPP now can own many of the project assets and do not have to transfer its asset at the end of the project to the electricity company or PLN. So this will help some of the renewable energy players or investors that would like to do this. In addition, I think the solar industry also has in the post-COVID-19 green recovery plan through tax incentive and also other stimulus measures such as deferment of loan installment, lower increase rate for renewable energy project, adjustment to procurement terms, and many others that would like to support the growth of this. Also, I would like to say that I think right now there are also some continuous reform that needs to be encouraged to improve the investment climate itself for renewable energy. So from reducing the tariff that I mentioned before, of pricing barriers, I think provided more financial incentive, and also enabling the public-private partnership into the energy research and development. So promote more affordable renewable energy projects as well as a set standard of energy efficiency. I think this is very important. On the other side of the spectrum, I think the private sector has also continuously participating in increasing renewable energy consumption, as well as bringing more innovative energy solutions to the market. And I just want to give example. We are actually also one of the world's largest producers of garbage, which include plastic waste. It has also opened big opportunity for investors and the private sector to embark into the waste energy project. So right now we have about 12 cities in Indonesia potential projects that will develop, and it will need a sustainable supply of waste with certain characteristics. So technology also play an important role, and we are actually welcoming technology other countries also to partner with us to support us in this circular initiative. As you know, when we talk about the technology, we also need to bring more of the employment opportunity and green jobs. I think let's talk about green jobs, because I think that's also very, very key when we talk about technology. Now, I just want to mention in the startup technology landscape, there has been also numerous series of recent investment in clean tech startups such as smart grid, energy efficiency, energy management, energy access, energy storage that are mainly operated to fill out the significant demand for electricity in remote and more rural areas that are affordable and accessible. So looking in the broader sense, I believe that I think Indonesia is offering many enormous opportunity for renewable energy projects to flourish. And I hope with some of the support from the government, or whether that's regulation, incentive, and so forth, along with also the opportunity of the digital economy, that Indonesia can really bring forward the renewable energy generation project perform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Shinta, for taking us into the Indonesian energy landscape. And also, you know, from what you're saying, it's very clear that COVID-19 recovery is not only about resuming economic growth. It's not only about bringing back investments. It's also having something that is not business as usual, as Kun Wichen was saying in the very beginning, but something that is actually a green recovery, and that opens opportunity for use of technology, for green energy, for green jobs, as you described. And that's something UNDP is very engaged with its partner in Indonesia, as you know, and in many other countries. Thank you again, Ibu Shinta. Let me now turn to you. When you hear about renewable energy as an investor, what is your reaction? And when you think about, you know, investment, maybe not all sectors, not all industries are equal when it comes to technology. So what would be the one that you would see as having the biggest potential?
Well, for us, we really see this going across businesses. I mean, as you correctly say, Christoph, it's some are very pure, 100% potential in renewable energies and so on. But the important thing for us is that we see technologies being employed across some very traditional businesses that are helping the environment, helping governance, helping society. And still some of, and I guess what we would call still some of the old technologies, if you like, mobile telephony that we've been discussing before is one of the most important of these, really democratizing society, helping governance, helping the environment, helping deprived parts of communities by giving them access. So our look is both from the absolute pure end of, yes, this is a brand new technology, whether it be solar panels or whatever it happens to be, renewable energy, wind, areas like that. But I think importantly to us, and this is something you referred to earlier, how the aspects of growth change. When I was first visited Asia in the 80s, it was just growth. Let's all go for growth where the tiger economy is growing 7-8%. I think the fundamental change we're seeing now, and it's accelerated by COVID, is quality of growth. Not just growth itself, but quality of growth. And this means things like having your children grow up and able to breathe fresh air, having access to clean water, proper education, issues like that. So this is running across all businesses. Yes, of course, we're looking for some very exciting businesses that benefit purely from that and 100% from a new technology. But I think what excites me more as an investor is how old businesses are developing. So you have property companies building green buildings, cement companies trying to do everything to improve their emissions, their energy efficiency, and so on. And I think this is what's probably the most exciting thing in a funny sense that goes on. It doesn't get the headlines. So in some senses, it's not as attractive from a headline point of view as some of the pure new solar panel type things. But I think the importance to us as a society is that these are huge businesses that touch us all, and they are changing. They are embracing change. Are they doing it fast enough? The answer is always no. It is never fast enough, and that's why we all need to keep up the pressure that we're doing here today.
Thank you. That's a very good way of ending your intervention. We'll try and keep the pressure, but thanks again for reinforcing this point. It's not only about growth, and that what UNDP very strongly believes. But I was very happy to see the member of the panel nodding, and I hope we have the same level of adhesion in the audience, physically or online. Before we wrap up this kind of two discussion, we had two questions, and I'd like to thank those who actually share this question. And the first one, which is to all of you, is about young entrepreneur and the youth more broadly. We know that in many of the ASEAN countries, small and medium-scale enterprise are really the backbone of employment creation and of innovation very often. And the youth and the young entrepreneurs actually play an active part. As we've seen, and UNDP did a number of surveys, assessment, they are actually become very vulnerable to the economic contraction from COVID-19, but they still have a potential. So what can we do to actually make sure that the young entrepreneurs are better connected to ESG investing, that they also play their role, that they're informed? What ideas could you share with us? And the floor is open to any of you. Who would like to go first?
Okay, I can go first.
Thank you.
I think it's well, first of all, welcoming comments or question that comes in. I think the younger generation, of course, has much longer stake into the future than people like a baby boomer like myself. Okay. And they are concerned because of the wake-up call, and they have been concerned, and they're better informed because of the efficiency of our online communications and on all that now. And I see, I've been seeing the interest on the part of these younger generations to play their parts, not just demanding, not just sitting back as spectators. They want to play their parts. And of course, there are so many things that they can do. And many of them, of course, are playing their part in terms of utilizing the digital technologies in mitigating or ensuring better or our ability to make our life more sustainable going to the future. So a lot of emphasis should be put, and we should help and empower these younger generations to play their role, because I think that many of them are already ready to play a part.
Thank you very much, Kuwich. And Ibu Shinta, I see you, coming close to the camera. What do you, in one sentence, what do you tell to the young investors of Indonesia, including women business leaders,
Christoph, I'm excited to see that actually many of the young entrepreneurs in Indonesia is actually very much aware of this. And we've been supporting the startup space for quite some times. And I've seen more and more actually what we call startup that have impact, including, investing in SDGs. So actually startup is actually doing this. Now, what we need to do is to help them with the right ecosystem, right? Because for them to be able to grow, I mean, they have the ideas, but they need to be supported. And this is where I think also collaboration with big companies. I think right now we are encouraging many companies to also include, some of the startups in part, not just in their supply chain, but also sharing with them the importance of this ESG investing as well. So making them included in the arena is very, very important. They are future generation, but we need to give them to facilitate them. What I mean is you can't leave them and let them grow on their own. So we need, and I think government also need to pay much attention to this. We know that, SME also is in Indonesia, is 90% of our backbone economy. And, but needs to be really the ecosystem and the right path of how to incentivize also a lot of these young entrepreneurs with bright ideas needs to be there. And the key also for me is funding. So that's why we've been very much supporting impact investing, especially for young entrepreneurs. As you know, we work together, Christoph, you and me, to launch our Indonesia Impact Fund. I think this is very important because the startups are there. They have the potential, definitely, but we need to nurture them so that they can start developing their businesses. Thank you.
Very true, Ibu Shinta. Thank you so much. Second question is actually specifically addressed to Shunyin. So, Shunyin, let me just read it very quickly. How should the various global and national level ESG assessment tools and standards be introduced to MSMEs in developing countries? And the role of international organizations, possibly like UNDP. What would you say?
Right. Thank you. It's a great question because one of the concerns that I do often hear about impact measurement and ESG assessment is that it's a lot of work, right? Or we don't have the resources to do this. There's a fear that there'll be a 200-page checklist or report that companies need to fill in, and which for small companies, this is obviously not feasible. So for us, what we're focused on as we, measure and manage impact is how do we do this in a way which adds value to business and is manageable for the business itself, right? So when we work with smaller size businesses, as we often do, we focus on a number of key metrics grounded in international standards such as IRIS+, which I mentioned before. And this key number of metrics, and it could just be 5 to 10. These metrics are the key bellwethers of impact performance, right? And they're also often drivers of business performance. So, for example, we could look at metrics associated with education outcomes, right? This is important not just as an impact driver, but also as a business driver, right? If your courses are not delivering results, then your customers will likely turn to a different product. And, I think, so making it very accessible and accessible for the companies that we work with, I would say, is how we've made it accessible even for small and medium enterprises that we work with. And I think certainly, that's what, like I've noted as a part of the impact management project are very key to driving.
Thank you, Xu Yin. A very good response to a very good question. And with this, we're going to close these two discussions. And I would now like to call on the imagination of our four panel members and ask them to travel in time, projecting themselves, to be in 2050, and look back at this current year, which is the year of the Great Disruption, and try to see what has been the major change, what really has made the world different after the year of Great Disruption. And it's really meant to be a discussion among the four of you. So let me first ask you, Hugh, what is your travel recollection when we are in 2050? And then I'll ask the other to comment on your imagination. Hugh, over to you.
Yes, to look forward to 2050, well, I hope I'll be here, but I'm afraid I'm one of the baby boomers as well. So really, I've looked to my children, and I have children in their teens and 20s, and they are the people who'll be driving what things are like in 2050. And when I talk to them, I find they're so different from what I was in my teens and early 20s. I mean, their concern about issues, I would say particularly the environment, is right up there. So I see the generation that will be driving what we are in the 50s, in 30 years' time. I think we'll continue a lot of the good things that, I'd like to think we've started as a generation. We started a bit late, I'm afraid to say, but at least we've started, at least we've reached a tipping point. And when I look to the generation that will be driving us in 30 years' time, that will be in the position we're in now, I don't see that stopping. So I think that's a huge positive. And of course, by then we should, in theory, have a lot of solar power, a lot of wind power, electric vehicles and the like. And the perennial issue, of course, will be good governance. But hopefully things like big data, and the like, and strong governments and strong legislation will enable that to be smooth as well. But I'm afraid human nature is such, it's never going to be smooth. So I think the teenagers and the people in their 20s today will still have to work hard. They're not going to be able to sit back and just enjoy the fruits of everything being smooth. There are always going to be new challenges.
Thank you very much. Ibu Shinta, what's your imagination? You just described a world with a lot of solar panel, wind power, and electric vehicle, and the different generation. What would you say? You're muted. No, we can't hear you, Shinta. Yeah.
I'm not muted.
Go ahead. Yes, now it's good. Now it's good.
Now it's good? Okay. Christoph, one thing that I always think about is the education. So we've talked about technology, but actually the basis is education. I think education for me is a way to transform the world for better and more resilient. We can't talk about other things without the future, without the education. And I think there has been, I would say, a limited presence of sustainability and climate change, maybe study across school and university as we enter the decade of action toward ESG. The great reset toward the future. And if I said in 2050, I would have hoped that this is the great reset, is toward future education, to create change makers that are ready for the next pandemic challenges. So I'm hoping that during this time, countries are already thinking about this. I think beyond traditional capitalism, future business leaders, global leaders need to embrace conscious capitalism that demonstrate humanities, diversity, environmental restoration, and fostering global sustainability leadership as driver for success. So rather than focusing only on competition that could bring resource exploitation, future generation should focus on building cooperation, innovation, and long-term prosperity that I think proclaim the virtue of this diversity, inclusivity, and environmental protection. So I'm hoping in 2050, when I sit there and go back, that during this time, actually many countries are starting to look into this, the education for sustainable development. And it's really, to me, it's the basic. And I hope in 2050, I can dream that at that time, this actually happened during this time for transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Cinta. Very inspirational, as always. Kun Wichen, if we look at the Kingdom of Thailand in 2050, what it will be like?
Of course, we would like to see that our children mine and all the children who by that time grow up and they will have that children of their own will not be left with the burdens that we're facing today, because they will need to play their parts, and that whatever environment is at that point, and hopefully it will be much more, sustainable. The view, the light at the end of the tunnel of sustainable society is much clearer today. So it would be wrong if in the future the burden is still left with them or even get worsened. So what we need today is to make it, you mentioned about, tipping point. We need to make that happen today. The change of mindsets have to happen today. The role of citizens, we need many more, and citizens must become active citizens, take matters in their own hand. They all need to play their parts. Corporate citizenship, observing ESG is very important. So by the year 2050, I would hope that, the next generation will be facing with a task that will be further enhance better livelihood, but not left with the situations that we're facing today and the various adverse trends that we're seeing today. So tipping point that you mentioned, the big change of mindsets must happen now.
Thank you very much, Fu Wichen. Shuyin, you were listening with great attention to the description, imagination of your three fellow members. What would you like to tell them now?
Well, I think it's interesting how we have many similar themes, right? I think none of us was really naming a particular technology or digital trend, but really a change in, our humanity, right? And the way that our mindset. And I think for me as well, one of the really powerful things about COVID-19 is that we realized that we're all in this together in many ways, right? That we are connected. And in other instances of people, whether they are natural disasters or conflicts, often the impact is insulated to a particular geographic area or group of people. But I think as we've all seen, this pandemic has affected almost all of us. And definitely to different degrees, but I think in various ways we were all affected. And this highlighted our connectedness and also that our socioeconomic system and our markets as well are only as robust as the most vulnerable in the chain. And what I hope this new sense of nexus brings is really the will to act, right? And I think, Asean has also made this point very forcefully. I mean, what we've lacked up to date anyway, not the tools or the technologies or the data, but willpower. And, I think what the pandemic has brought is a renewed sense of urgency to address these social and environmental problems that are facing. And I'm very encouraged by which shows that the vast majority, 70% of impact investors, expect to maintain and in many cases expand their portfolio in response to COVID-19. Development finance institutions and private investors alike have engaged bold and innovative ways to deploy capital during this time through various relief and resilience facilities. And I think, as Hugh mentioned earlier, I mean, social bond issuances have increased dramatically, 350% year to date. And so what I hope for is a transformation of our will, right, our collective, and a recognition that now is the time to act. I mean, I would use the word, tipping point, right? I really hope this is a tipping point for ESG and impact investing, so that we can mobilize the trillions of dollars required to close the current SDG financing gaps that we face.
Thank you so much, Great Shuyin. With this, I will now have to bring you back to 2020 to conclude the session. I would not do justice to the panelists and the value of their contributions if I were to try to summarize it, but I'm sure the organizer will undertake to do this. So let me just thank every one of them. You in Europe, Ibu Shinta from Jakarta, Indonesia, Kun Wichen from Thailand, and Shuyin from Panama capital. Let me thank you very much for everything you've shared, and I think you've really complemented each other very well. So thanks to your contribution, we've really, I feel, covered the ground and really met the objective of this session. And on a personal level, let me thank you also for having, very much facilitated my role as a moderator. I really appreciate that. I would very much like also to thank the organizers, VCCI Vietnam, a long-standing partner of UNDP, as I remember from my years in Hanoi, the excellent office of UNDP in Vietnam. Also, my colleague from the Bangkok regional hub of UNDP, Nick Booth, and also the Fairbiz regional hub, and the government of the United Kingdom and the UK Prosperity Fund for their support to the Prosperity Fund, through which UNDP is working on this issue in the ASEAN countries. As a closing note, I would like to thank all of you who have actually been following this session. Whether you were in Hanoi, Vietnam, or wherever you were through the video connection. Thank you very much, and with this, I give the floor back to Mr. Thuy Duong. Thank you, bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balway, and all of our speakers for joining. That also includes, ladies and gentlemen, our morning session. We would now like to invite, for all of those who are here in Hanoi, to a networking luncheon at the restaurant Promenade on the first floor of the Daewoo Hotel. For everyone joining online, please take a break as well and enjoy your break. We would like to ask you to re-log in at 14 o'clock Hanoi time, GMT +7, to begin our discussion on technology and the future of work. Again, we would like for everyone to return here at 14 o'clock Hanoi time, GMT +7, to begin our discussion on technology and the future of work. Thank you very much.